Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Medipol Global Summit. I'm your host, Seniha Zishan Zulfikar. Yesterday, we started off with machine learning, artificial intelligence, and neural networks. I personally learned a lot of things, and I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. So, without further ado, let's move on to today's topics. Yusuf, can you please introduce yourself briefly and tell us about today's schedule in detail?
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to second day. My name is Yusuf Benli and I am a core member at DSG Medipol group. And today's schedule is we will start in a few minutes with Malek Malkavi and he will cover cybersecurity, power between past and future topics. And then at 2 p.m. we will continue with Abdullah Ismailov. He will cover what does a cybersecurity expert do. And at 3 p.m. we will continue with Amen Altahir, and he will cover introduction to blockchain technology. After that, Amen Altahir will continue with blockchain in the future topic. And then lastly, at 5 p.m., Tafik Sahir will cover software development lifecycle and hackathons. And it is the end of today.
And Thank you very much. Yeah, so that was today's schedule. What about tomorrow's schedule? Lynn, can you please introduce yourself and tell us about tomorrow's schedule?
Hello, everyone. I'm Lynn El-Shami from DST Medipol University. On the third and final day of this global summit, we will have 4 expert speakers, starting with Guan Herrera, who will be with us in the roadmap of a front-end developer in 2021 at 1 p.m. And then at 2 p.m., Maxime Salnikov will present on progressive web applications, followed by Mohamed Saleh Guler will present on Flutter at 3 p.m. And lastly, Nelson Glover will conclude our third day of this summit with a Jetpack Compose for Android.
Thank you so much. Well, as you guys know, our event is certified, and I heard a lot of you were confused about that. So Berkay, can you introduce yourself and tell us about how do we get these certificates? What do we have to do?
Hello. Firstly, welcome to the Medipol Global Summit second day. My name is Berkay Ermiş from the SC Medipol community. And as you know, we have 5 different certificates under the Medipol Global Summit, and one of them has been shared with you yesterday. And today, we are going to give you 2 certificates more related to cybersecurity and blockchain technology. And as you know from yesterday's sessions, the system is same. We are going to send a form at the end of each session, and you will be able to have 30 minutes to fill out the forms. And if you fill the 2 forms regarding to cybersecurity, for example, you will be getting a cybersecurity certificate, and it is the same for the blockchain technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Berkay. And on top of the certificates, we also have giveaways and a lot of presents to give you all. So, Lusal, can you tell us about that?
Right. Actually, thanks for asking, Zishan. So, as you know, guys, since the start of the summit, we are also giving a lot of giveaways actually on our Instagram page. So do not forget to visit our Instagram page, which is DSC Medipol, and which also you're going to be seeing in the chat in a bit. Just come to our the Instagram page and make sure to join all the giveaways, because we are giving away the products from our product sponsors such as US Brochure, JetBrains, Home Stuff Sale, and so on that you're going to be finding on the page.
Great, thank you, Usal. With the giveaways, we also have a surprise link. Maya, can you tell us about the surprise link and our WhatsApp groups?
Yeah, so we'll be sharing a link on the chat stream. So make sure to join our WhatsApp group so you'll get gifts and surprises. And you have to be living in Turkey so you can get the chance of being one of our winners. Stay tuned and good luck.
Thank you, Maya. As she said, don't forget to join our WhatsApp groups to be notified about our future events. And don't forget to fill the forms. Don't worry, you'll have enough time for that. So we will be back with Malek Malkavi after a short break. Stay tuned. Hey there, Malik. How are you doing?
Welcome,
Fine,
Malik.
thank you all. Welcome, thank you all. How are you? How's it going?
We're good, thank you. We're glad to have you here. Before we start, can you please introduce yourself briefly and do a quick overview of what you're going to cover today?
Okay, thank you again for your kind invitation. I am Malik Malkawi from Jordan. I'm living in Turkey for a long time. It's around like 10 years I'm here. I graduated from computer engineering, which is interconnected with the other disciplinaries, and all my researches now are in the cybersecurity field. And before that, I were working in the machine learning. So now, like, there's the point between them in the machine learning and the cybersecurity. So we're able, like, to explore and analyze the system from different perspectives. After finishing, I had also the chance, like, to get a specialization program from California University. And then on, like, now, beside my academic life, I'm continuing in the industrial life, because I'm believing that both together should be done. The industry is not enough, and only the theory in the universities are not enough. This is a practical
Right,
field
yeah.
that we are living. Yes, and we are in life like full of digital information. Even now, we are all on the screens. And in the last period, I was working in Cisco Networking Academy. But now I'm continuing in my own startup company, which called Extreme Lab. Now it's for educational activities, which is one of the part that I'm going to do today. You will see the look of that. What we are going to discover, I will go over the details more in the presentation, but let's go over a quick review now. I will go over what is cybersecurity first of all, what is information security and the difference between them, because it's very confused terms. The machine learning in terms of cybersecurity. As a cybersecurity expert, how I can see it, what's the attack on that field? It's still like a very hot topic, which is unknown so far, unfortunately. We have like surprises for the audience, which is a live hacking. I will do a live hacking for the audience, so they will be able to see how we can steal a password. This is what on the
great,
demos
yeah.
that we will have. Yeah, like in general, this is the way I'm going to cover.
Okay,
I think as an intro would be enough.
Okay, so the stage is yours. You can start.
Okay, thank you then. Put this one. Okay, so cybersecurity power between the past and the future would be our topic for today. And let's start with it with a question. Browsing the internet. When I say this sentence, what comes to your mind? I want you just to think about like 5 seconds. Usually I prefer to do this kind of topics like face-to-face, but due to the pandemic, we have to do this over online systems. So I don't know if we have any delay, if I can see the comments directly. But anyway, just think about it like 5 seconds. What comes to your mind when I say browsing the internet? Every day, this is the activity we do today, especially in this online life. Browsing, entering a lot of websites, using a lot of applications, browsing the internet, the general concept. I would say that in the average of 1 week, we have around 200 trackers, or what you usually know as cookies, following us on the internet. So what comes to my mind in the first stage is the security of the internet. Are we really have security in that part? It's always a question like will not be answered as yes or no, because no system is safe. That's a fact that we all should believe in. So in 1 week, this is a real statistics I have done for myself in 1 week. I had like 56 social media trackers. 56 different websites, social media try to track my activities other than websites. And the worst thing here is What about the cross-site tracking cookies? It's around 110. What I mean by that, not only one website. You have entered, let's say we have X website. It's called x.com. After you entering that, always we have some explanations like, are you accepting our cookies? Which is only the legal part. I'm sure that there's a lot in the backstages. So let's say you have accepted that, and usually we do without reading any of the details of it. This kind of trackers, what do? It cover and track all of our activities, not only in that site, but all our activities, and gather all the data on the other website. You are closing that, you are going on YouTube, Google, and doing everything. Just think about any website. You are always being monitored. You are always being tracked by others. What's the reason? What's the aim behind that? Of course, because it should be legal, it's the ads, analytics. But are they really used in that way? That's always a question mark that we will never be answered. And besides, we have a lot of that. The fingerprints, again, they are always trying to gather them. What's the aim? The ads. Does it have a really relation between them? I keep this question for you. This is only to keep you live and listen to the after slides. So, submitting and registering. This might be the second topic. Always you are submitting your information on the internet. You are registering for a form, for a website, for a university, for a workplace, for a lot of places. After submitting your places, can you imagine what happens? Are you sure that they are keeping your information in a very safe way? Do we care about your privacy? Again, think about these terms, about these questions. What I would say to you, I just wanted to make some updated version of the information. Today morning, before coming to this session, I just searched on Google. I just tried to find some information. And what I found was really horrible. I just found a lot of information regarding a lot of people, names, IDs, the birthday, the IDs and the ID related to the company. Again, this is for student list. It seems to be, again, the IDs, the birthday. We have a lot of lists. Why they are public? Shall they be public? Is this not personal information, not critical information? Not at all. It's completely personal information that should be very private, secret information and not shared with third parties. But we see that it's all on the internet now. And when any information goes only one time on the internet, it's impossible to delete it completely, because you will never know. Even if you delete that image, let's say you have uploaded an image to Instagram, you have deleted that. Do you think they are deleting that from their server? Again, and question without any answer. That's related to all countries. Very soon we have heard about the Facebook data breach, which had around 500 million data sets related to a lot of countries. We can see on the screen the country names and the number related to that country. I would like to do it interactive. So if you have any question, any point, please ask it directly so we can go over it. And in the end, again, we will have a question answer session. And I hope that backstage, if I couldn't see the question, if you remind me, that would be great, actually. So yeah, now let's go over the more deeper. And as I mentioned in the beginning, I'm going to explain the general view of cybersecurity, information security, the power between them, what's the power in the recent days, and what we call the CIA tried, the most famous information in our field, and all the basics of cybersecurity depends on it, lies on that. And we have that demo that I promised you to do, which is live hacking. It's called a CSRF attack. We will have 2 different servers. And from one server, I will try to take the password of a user from a cat. We will have a cat advertisement, and over that we will go. If the times allows me, I would like also to go over adversarial machine learning. So if we look over the time, we can see that the number of the users on the internet is going always higher and higher. So around 2005, it was only 1 billion. 2019, it's around 4 billion. So if we think about the year we are in now, I can say it should be around like 6 billion users on the internet. What does that mean in terms of security? A lot of information, more security, information breach, disclosure. Increasing that number even by 1 doesn't mean only the risk is increasing by 1. It's increasing of a lot of higher numbers. Why? Because only one person is using a lot of websites. It doesn't have only like, this is my ID and that's it. I'm on the internet, this is my ID, just use it, and I don't have any other activities. You have the social media that you use every day. You have the applications. You have the activities. You are all again like together here. This is actually one of the advantages of the internet. But we have the other part, which is the security and the privacy of our life. So the common cyber defense thoughts, what are these? I'm sure that all of you one day has heard this famous sentence, no one would attack us. Why they would attack me? Who am I? Like, why? But you may not be the main target in this point. Yes, you don't have a variable information. By the way, your personal information is always very variable and you have to keep it secret. But let's say in that scenario, you are not. The attackers usually is not looking for a very famous or very famous person, famous company. No, they are looking only for a target that they can make him the victim. If they want to make an attack, they will not show their own ID. They will use your ID, your systems. The aim here is not like hiding themselves. For this point, I just tried a real scenario in the life, and I tried a system with a public IP. I just rented from DigitalOcean. You may know that. It's a server that have IP, let's say like x.com again. I kept the password of the server as query 1 to 5, which is again like very public password. And I could confirm the fact that it would be hacked in less than 24 hours. And yes, unfortunately, it was hacked in less than 24 hours. Why? Because there are a lot of automatic systems, what we called boots on the internet, that search the whole IPs, the whole internet, about weak passwords. They never know about me. They never know about my company, about my systems. But they only go over this internet and try to find which system we can enter. And they could find it in less than 24 hours. No one would attack us. We have talked about that. So let's go one step more. We have antivirus. Is that enough? Therefore, we are safe? No, not at all. Antivirus is different. Okay, it might help, but it's not the only solution. Still, there are a lot of virus of malicious codes that could pass it very easily. I am getting a copy of my information. Security is not in my bag. That's another clever guy thinking that, okay, if we're getting the copy, it's not important. Okay, you will not lose your information, but again, you are exposed to all the internet, the online life, and all the attacks that are done there. So we are only persons lives in this life. What about companies? What do they think? IT is responsible for the security. A lot of employees think that. I'm doing my work. There's no need to care about the security because the IT is doing that. No, even that is not enough. Do you know why? Because the IT is thinking that our institution uses a firewall. That's enough, and we are safe. Everyone has another sentence to say, and we can go over. If you have like something different, please write that in the chat. This is the most sentences like I heard in my life, usually in the penetration testing when I go to a company. Again, from the IT department, I hear that sentence. Our institution uses a firewall. No, that firewall is not enough. Because we have a very famous, some firewalls, but the technology is always going very fast. We are working very fast as cybersecurity professionals, but again, the hackers never stop. They are always going very fast. So Albert Einstein in this point have very nicely pointed it by saying that two things are infinite. One of it, the universe, and the human stupidity. And it adds, I'm not sure about the universe. Because the main point always of hacking is the human, or the person, because he's the weakest point. We can make our system the strongest, the most secure system in the world. But the person, the human, no, never. We cannot do that at all. Why? Because if you have even the most secure system, but if that person doesn't have the education, the awareness, how to use the system, how to keep the information in a secure way, it will never be secure. And it might be the reason for the whole company to be hacked. And after you hacked once, you will never get back that sound. Always like when I say X.com, oh, last time they have a trouble with the security, they had disclosure of information, so that the people will not trust you anymore. Most probably, all of us have seen like something similar to this map, which shows the threats happens every day. That's real map, yes, and I can say that this is just a few of it. In one day, more than 20 million attack is done among the countries, inside the countries, and the number is increasing day by day. And there is the term which called cyber warfare. It's one of the facts in our day. We have the fifth dimension of the war. We usually read in the history books the land wars, the sea wars, they attack each other, the air and the space. But now we have the cyberspace, which is the new one, the new technology, and the new war technology. I'm sure that like in the recent days or in the following years, we will start to study these concepts like the cyber wars in the history books, because we have a lot of examples occurs in our days. So what is the information security and what is the cyber security? What's the difference between them? They are different but connected with each other. Anything related to the electronic space actually called the cybersecurity. If you have your information on the internet, your PCs in the internet, again, the network you have, the apps you have, is always related to the cybersecurity. The threats there, the vulnerabilities is related to the cybersecurity. Then what about the information security? Inside the information security, we have the cybersecurity, which is a small part of the information. Because let's think that you have a hard copy of the information. Cybersecurity never goes on the hard copies, never goes on the physical security, the heating systems. But information security do that. So if you think that cybersecurity expert like never goes and care about physical security, offline papers, no, they should care. And this is a part of our job as cybersecurity experts in the information security sector under the title risk management. One of our responsibilities is doing that risk management, seeing what assets we have, what information, what devices we have, what are the threats there. We should Protect them against what? After that, we can have the whole system, a great plan in our hand to make a good information security and cyber security. And the characteristics, if we think, it's all low cost. It's computer and internet. Anyone has a computer and the internet is exposed for an attack, is a potential attacker. And you have the chance to come from different geographic locations. So I have a good examples here regarding that. In the left part, we have a nuclear weapon facility. It's very easy to realize and to find it from the maps, from the online website, from anything. But if we look to the other side, the cyber weapon facility, we have only buildings. We have only homes. Where is the cyber weapon? Where is the cyber attacker? We don't have any information. Anyone has an internet connection, even without a laptop, even without a mobile phone, can have a cyber weapon, can create, generate, or use already ones. Here, this is what we call asymmetric threat, because it's hard to be found and it has a very small cost. Only this, we have of course a lot of examples. The malware, denial of services, keeping the whole system out of service, not being able to give any of the functions it has. The spam emails, we're always getting that. I'm sure that one day you have got an email says that one of you relevant have the same surname, have a lot of money, but we couldn't find anyone other than you. So we are contacting you. Okay, send the money. No, you should send us a fee, the transfer fee. Just cut it from there. You are saying there are a lot of money, but there's still no, we cannot touch that. This is one of the spam or social engineering. The IoT devices, we are going now on more digitalized life. We are using IoT devices more and more. All the devices, the door, the window, anything in the house and the car will have an IP one day, and we are very approaching that point. The ransomware and the phishing. There are a lot of examples in our life. The spam emails now are less if we look to the analytics, but actually the reason behind that because our system is more secure. It's not related to the no, hacker are not sending any spam emails, no, but the system are more secure. But still, if we have a less percentage now, that doesn't mean we are in a safe side. We're still under the risk. Shoulder surfing is one of the very famous examples again here. While you are writing your password, someone can see it, the password estimation. I don't want to go over very detailed version because we have a limited time. I want to go over more the practical. That's why I'm passing some details very fast. So what I have explained a little bit before, the cost and the availability. The cyber availability is very easy. Everyone has a laptop. Everyone has an internet connection. And the cost of it is very few. And the average of a cyber weapon cost is around only 1 million. But most of you have heard about Stuxnet. If you haven't, please go and just watch any documentary related to that. It's one of the most famous attacks, cyber attacks in the world. It costs only 5 million. Do you know what's that? It's 1.5 megabit malicious code. 1.5 megabyte. It's less than one photography in our life. If you take a photograph from your phone, most probably it will become 4 megabyte. But Stuxnet was only 1.5 malicious code that destroyed a whole facility of a country. If we compare it with the others, still with a warplane, $107 million, you can use it only once, and there's always the possibility to not come back. But when you do the cyber programs, you always have the options to do it, to use it more and more, and reuse the code. So at all, we have 4 different classifications for the cyber attacks. we can, let me try to draw here by a pen. So let's say we have A part and B part here. It's hard to draw by a mouse, but I will do my best. So these have some connections between them, and we have, let's say, an attacker here. One of the types of the attacks is someone here can listen without distributing or giving any effect. He or she is only listening to the communication between these two. What he or she can do, they can prevent. This is the second type. So the data is never going to the other side. They can take the information, changing that, and resend it. So B might think that A have sent me some bad information, but however, when you look, no, it has not come from A. It has been distributed while it's coming to me, because it's a very long way. It comes by a lot of routers of devices. It might be distributed while it's going. What can do? Without seeing this part at all, let's assume A has not sent anything. C can again generate a new data and send it to B without the knowledge of A, and B will never know that, of course. It depends on the scenario, but like this is the general idea. So we can prevent it, we can change it, we can only listen to that, or we can generate new data. So we have three main points: the integrity, the confidentiality, and the availability. The confidentiality is, like in the previous example, A and B. If these two people only have the authorization to see the information, they only should see the information. What's inside that? No one else should see it. The first examples, if you remember, like we had the lists of the people with their IDs, birthdays. There's no confidentiality at all. They couldn't make the privacy of it. The integrity is making and being sure that the information will be always the same from A to B. Whatever A sends, B should receive that in the same way. This data should not be distributed. This data should not be changed and updated or anything. The availability, anyone has the authorization should be able to see, to view, or to change the information whenever they want. If we couldn't reach the website, the server, then means there's no availability. This is the main point of cybersecurity. We are always going over only this CIA triad. This is what we call CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. If your system gives me and ensures me that I am taking care of these three, then okay, you have a good and secure system. So for that, we are doing some short-term operational goals that everyone can do, which is updating our apps. If you are using any app, please keep it always up to date. For the ITs and the companies, usually they have more midterm tactical goals, which is like making all, including the machines in the domain structure, making the admins, the IT, in the control of the all machines, being able to see all the activities. And as a long-term strategic goals, like having a firewall, having an IDS, IPS, or anything related to the long term. So people are one of the assets that we should care in the information security. Information, software, physical assets, services, and corporate reputation. For this example, as a cybersecurity expert, or if you think about the cybersecurity, do you think that we should care about the heating system? It's only a heating system. Does it have an effect on our information? It has a huge effect, actually. If we could make it deactivated, not working, the heating system, what would happen? The heat of the servers will become very high. And at that point, it might be exploded. What happens? Here, if you remember the availability, it's not working because the server is not online anymore. So even like some, we can see it like unrelated point, but when we look and consider it in terms of, in the perspective of the security, we can see that it's very related and have a huge connection, a huge part and effect on the security we are doing. As I mentioned, like I don't want to go in the details because it's only an informative talk. And now let's make some fun and make our hands dirty by doing a CSRF simulation. Let me change only my screen. I'm sharing my screen so that you will be able to see it. Okay, now you should be seeing my screen. Let me take this. And yeah. Okay, so we will have two different services. The first one would be an online storage system. I'm running this one. It's done by Python, so don't think that I'm attacking to a live system. Both of the system I'm going to use is done by me in Python, so that's why I'm doing that easily. Please don't do anything, of course, without a permission, because it's unethical and, of course, not allowed to do that. Okay, so we have one of the servers now working. I will keep it to see the background. As a user, you are always seeing the front end. You never see the back end. But now we will see both of them together. Okay, so both of the services are working now. Let me take a new tab. Okay, so the first one is this one, and let me open the second one with different IPs. So now let's start without looking to the background. I'm here doing my daily life job, entering to a system. We have an online storage system here, and I'm going to make a login. So I have a new user called medipol@summit.com, and my password is medipol. Of course, the password usually is not obvious in this way, but I left for you to be able to see and follow with me. We have this email and this password. I'm entering something wrong. As you can see, it says this is the wrong password. Let me enter the true one. Now I am in. Okay, I'm doing my job. I can search for a product, add a product. This is a general scenario. Let's check my profile. My name is Medipol. My last name is Summit. This is my email and password. I can change my email. I can change my password. While I am doing my job, and on the background, by the way, in the backstage, we can say that the server is always keeping the track of what happens. This user from this IPs at this time is going to this page and requested from me a GET request or POST request, and it shows me if it succeeds or not. Like 200 shows that it succeeds. We will not go over the technical part today. So while we are doing that, you all have seen something, the ads. While you are doing, trust me, I am a cute cat. Another ad may come for you. Mostly these ads are personalized for you. So whatever you are searching, whatever you like, the ads becomes in that way. These are two different websites. And if you look to the IP, it's completely different. Here we have different IP, but it's my local host. That's why we don't have a website domain name. So, okay, I'm really interested in that. That's why what I mean by social engineering. I mean the human is the worst part in cybersecurity. If I click here, let's make both together and see them. I'm leaving this one here and this one is here. I'm clicking. As you can see, nothing happens. It promised me to show more cat pictures, but nothing is coming. Okay, I just realized a fake page. It's not working. I closed that. Now I am coming back and try to do my job. I'm clicking on profile. Now it's still loading. Let me make it more quick. Okay, it kicked me out. I don't know why. I'm trying again to enter back. This was my password. Now I am logging, and it says logging has failed. You can't enter anymore. Why? What happens? Let's try again. No, still I can't. Your password has been stolen successfully. Sorry, you should be careful. Now your password has become Hacker123. Let's try this one. It's working. Your password has been hacked and taken without your knowledge, only by an ad. This is what we called CSRF attack. This is one of the kind of the attacks we are doing are done in this field. And what happens here, if we look to the details, when I clicked on the button under the cat, it has sent a post or get request to the other website. So here we have the request. Let's check this one, the real website. What we have, change password. Every time I were clicking to the button, a change password post request were given to the real website. What's the relation between them? In the background, they have found a vulnerability which called CSRF, and they were able to change my password to the one they want by giving a command, change password to the real website. And with unrelated to websites, yes, it's possible to be under risk, to be under attack. Let me now close these both. So as you can see, it's like the ads we see is not always safe to be clicked. The spam emails, you have won a prize. We have a surprise for you. Most of them has some malicious code, suspicious code. Try to avoid them. Try not to go over them. Okay. So this is the one of the demos, one of the live scenarios that might happen in our life, and the companies how like it being hacked. If you are curious, like we are always because hearing that, but most probably this is the first time we're seeing some live thing, some hands-on working. It's not that hard. As you see, it's easy thing, but at the same time, it's not hard. So we are in a point in between. Not hard, not easy. You have to check the critical part of the system. Every system is possible to be hacked, but in the short term or long term, we don't know that. We are always waiting in the backstage, listening, gathering information. That's why being careful about the information is very important, because any information, even if it's very small, might help us to go in the penetration testing. What we do usually, we are going over the users because the company has a very secure system. We are taking the information. If we find a user information, we are going now over the user, because if we were able to hack anything related to the user, we will have a backdoor to the company. So that's easier than hacking a whole firewall. No need. We are directly inside that place. And in the last, or I think like last 10 minutes we have, I want to keep time for the question answer, but before that, let's go to another perspective of cybersecurity and machine learning. Do you think that machine learning will be able to find which one is a doggy, and which one is a cookie? They are very similar to each together. So I have a pointer here, I think. Yeah. So this one is a dog, but this is a cookie. They are very similar. And again, for this one. So this is the point that we have started to analyze the attacks on machine learning and starting to confuse the machine learning to give wrong results. Okay, we are always like talking about the machine learning and the power of it and how we can use it. But we never like talk about the security of machine learning. Do you know that if we add like very small noise over any picture by keeping the picture the same, I will never change the picture. It will be always the same. I'm just adding a very small noise. From Panda, it will be realized, or it will be found by the model as a gibbon, as another animal. From Panda going to dog, the machine learning will start to define that as a dog. Why? Because we have a noise on the picture that no one can see. Even the machine cannot recognize. It will start seeing this picture as a dog. Okay, let's see another example. Just increase a little bit what we had. The duck will become to be a horse. That's a completely different perspective of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So just imagine what's the power of information security, of the cyber security in our life. It can be done in our faces because everything is recorded now. Even the sounds. How are you? This is my sound. But we can change it so that as a human, you will see that and hear it as how are you. But the PC, the computers, the machine learning models will start to hear it as open the door. Let's see. We should have an example related to that, most probably on the next slides. So who cares about the panda and the duck? Is it in our life? Just go over and yeah, let's check this example. Okay. Here, possibly you will not be able to hear the sound, but it's like 10 seconds. It's very short and important. We have a music, only music. We are all hear some music on the YouTube, on the Spotify, it doesn't matter. While we are hearing, it might be some secret messages inside that. So in this example, I'm running this. The music is working now, and they are opening the microphone of Translate, like to try how the model will, Google Translate, will analyze it. It was only music without any word at all, but the model has defined that and as what? Open the door. In the music, there are no words at all. That's the hidden messages inside the pictures, inside the musics. So anything like it's used in today's world technology, usually to send secret messages. They're making something public and putting inside that some messages that going to special people. Of course, if you have that algorithm, you will get the real result or the wrong one. Or any picture you are downloading, any file you are downloading to your system, it might has always a malicious code. There is a potential to have it. I am not saying that all of them has, but there is the possibility to make it happen. Go over. Okay. So reconsider the situation with autonomous cars. We are going on a smart world, smart cars. What if we do this in the real life, in autonomous cars? What's going to happen? How many troubles, how many problems, how many things that we even can't think about it right now. It might be like very mixed. It might be nothing. It might not like, see, there's nothing there at all. It might be a speed limit, yield. So the car or any autonomous, any smart system will start to see that in a wrong way. accidents, how many accidents will happen from there. In Tesla's cars, we have heard that the number of accidents has increased in the last period. Why? We don't know, but this might be one of the reasons. It's a good point to be considered. And this is a machine learning and artificial intelligence point. Do you want to catch from the cameras? Just try to change your features. Because the feature for a human, let's say like 2 hands, 2 eyes, 2 ears, but there's no feature like more than one person inside one person, tables. So some small tips might help you to catch from the cameras, from any system. So try to think as the system. If you think in that way, you will be able to make the attack. So understanding the system is the first step in the cybersecurity. After understanding, you are trying to manipulate it, to distribute the model. And we have 2 different types for that. It's called adversarial machine learning. I don't think we have enough time to go over the details here, but let's go like very quickly. Adversarial machine learning. It can be used in malware, in spam, in any field you want. And the way it's working, the usual machine learning algorithms, we are giving the training data. We are going over the deep learning training, machine learning models. And so in the end, we have the predictive model. And the users coming, giving now the input data and taking the outputs. This is what we use. So what a cybersecurity professional can do at this point? There's 2 different attacks. The first one is coming from the input data, giving some noise at this point, and the distributed, the manipulated data will be given to the model. If this model is an online one, keeping by making the data, the model up to date, what will happen? Day by day, it will become to give more failure. The accuracy of it will start to decrease, and we will have a completely distributed model. If you make the attack to the model, the ready one, this is the first one, evasion it called. If you make it to the algorithm itself, it called poisoning. So this is the 2 different attacks we have, the poisoning and the evasion. The difference between them is only like attacking the algorithm itself, and the second one we are attacking the model itself. Is it possible to giving the same picture with a lot of noise to the ready one, to the ready model? Yes, we are giving that. A small example, Google Translate. We are all using that. You can always change the result, and it's learning from you. In yesterday's session, one of you has asked that question: does Google learning from what we are doing today? Yes, it's learning, and we can give it and distribute these systems. So I have talked about the evasion and poisoning. The last couple of minutes, the last time, I would like to give it for the question and answers. Thank you all, and if you have any questions, you are always able to contact me by my email or the Extreme Lab emails. And in terms of representation, that's all. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Mike, that was actually amazing presentation. Like, was also like applied in the field of cybersecurity. I'm pretty much amazed. Like, it was a very nice experience. Thanks so much.
Yeah, it was
Thank you.
fantastic seeing the hacking live for the first time.
I didn't want to make only the theory, because usually that's what we see. When we gather the theory and the practical together, we will be able to see the real power of that. And that's what we should do, gathering always and doing the theory and the practical, the application.
Right. Like, again, thanks so much. And by the way, for the audience, just in the chat, we're going to be sending like the Google Forms link, guys, for the attendance form. Make sure to fill it in the next section. We're going to be having another form that you have to submit. And after that, you're going to be eligible to get the cybersecurity attendance form. So yeah, check out the form in the chat. And if you have any questions, let's start by the questions. So is reCAPTCHA adding noise to the images too bad to get better security?
Yes, actually. Why they are doing that? Let's say not noise to this, but they are making it in not clear way. We are always like have some lines over the numbers, because only having numbers, boots, robots, and machine learning can easily solve this kind of captchas. Where they are trying to make it harder. They don't, and this is like one of the ways to avoid DDoS attacks. What does DDoS attack means is keeping the whole system out of service, not being able to give any function anymore. So by doing that, we are just making these attacks harder to be done, to be occurred. It's still like possible, but we are making that harder. That's the only point of it.
Right. So
All
what are
right,
your
so-
insights in? Oh, right. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. What are your? Where's the? Okay. What?
It's anything.
Okay. What are your insights into cybersecurity in the quantum computing area?
Quantum computing like is still very new technology, and I am calling it as a new technology because it's not that famous in our daily life. We don't have it a lot. But if we have the quantum computer, like in 2 words, I can say that all the security we have now can be evaluated as a rubbish, nothing. We will have no security anymore with the quantum computer because like still we have the random password, random attacks, like just trying the password one by one. Brute force. This is what we call brute force attack. Let's say we have a very long and complex password. For trying that, we may need like 1 month, 1 year, 100 years, a long time. But by quantum computer, it might be done even in 5 seconds. So that's a very huge power. That all the password, the cryptographic passwords we have, we are using SHA-2. That's a cryptographic algorithm. The most secure one like used now is the SHA-3, but still it's against the quantum computer, it will not be enough. I'm not an expert in a quantum computer, so this is the general thoughts I can say.
Yeah.
Can we
We also have
see
another
into-
question. Yeah. Can we see
Maybe I should have one more
end-to-end encrypted messages be read?
It depends on the cryptography you are using in the cryptography algorithm. So if we are using, let's say MD5. MD5 is an old cryptographic algorithm. In today's world, like it has been cracked, so we can see all the passwords. All the encrypted password can be decrypted. So at that point, yes, we can read it. But if we think about a very secure one, like unhacked one, SHA-2, SHA-3, no, it's still for today's life, for today at least. I don't know about the future, about tomorrow. But yes, it cannot be read because no one have the key. Only who has the key can read that message. So it depends on the key. That's always the point.
All right, we have one more question.
Yeah, for system applications, how do you balance between commercially off-the-shelf software and the vulnerability to cyber attack?
Okay, I would thank for this question. Very nice question. So we have always like the 2 parts, the commercial part and the cybersecurity part. And I can say like it's very expensive to deal with the security. Okay, the average of it is always lesser than the others, but it's not easy like for a small company to have an IDS and IPS and firewall and the whole system, which is like the threat detection system, attack detection system. So at this point, we are going over the information management and what we call like information management security and risk management security. I just mentioned a very small part in the beginning. We're going first of all like start defining whatever we have. What do we have in our company? After that, against what we should protect these assets, what the attacks that might be done. So if I know that I have a server, so most of the attacks will come from the web application. If I have a machine learning, so some of the adversarial machine learning might come. I have first to know what it can be done, what the attacks. After that, I am trying to, and I'm starting to make some of the countermeasures. What we can make for this, and what is the risk? Is it high or low? If it's low, I can accept it. Okay, keep it. I don't want to spend money on this part. But if it's very high and giving sufficient impact and risk on the company, then we can guarantee that by insurance. We can give it to another company. So just deal with that. I don't want to care about it. You are the responsible one, not me. So we are giving the responsibility to another part, which is the insurance company at this point. After making this risk management, we will have a whole plan says to us and shows us what's the best way we could go over. And this is actually gives us the best way between the commerce, between the commercial part, the finance part, and the cybersecurity. Because after that, it will be easy for me to know what attacks might come for me, which vulnerability I may have, and after that, I will try to make my cybersecurity plan according to it. I hope that would be that was sufficient for this question.
Yeah, one of the actually most important questions we have right there, like, how do you make sure that the website is so safe? Like, you have also like showed us in the presentation and the website that you have personally made. Like, if I with the website, I want to make sure that I'm not going to get IP grabbed or stolen. So how do we make sure about that?
Actually, we call this the penetration testing, like how to be sure about the website, is it sure or not? That's why we have the penetration testing. The first step always at this point is information gathering. As I mentioned, like, because we may have a very secure system, but the user might not be like very awareness about this topic. And most probably, like, a lot of employees have some notes, like writing their passwords and putting that on the screen. At that point, like, nothing can be done. They are always giving us their information. Like, the awareness I may mention is always the most important point. After that, we come to the technical part.
All right. So if we don't have any more questions, then again, Malik, thanks for coming. Thanks for taking your time. It really means a lot. Again, the presentation was so fluent, so smooth. So we'd also like to see actually our future events. So if you don't have any questions to us also.
I would
Thank you
thank
so
you,
much,
like
Malik.
yesterday's session was very grateful, and I'm sure today's and tomorrow's sessions will be again the same. So thank you for your organization and your kind invitation. I hope everyone like just came interested and be aware a little bit about the cybersecurity, because it's really like very critical point in our life, especially in this pandemic life, because we're always using from the morning till night like the computers and the internet. So thank you all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Malik.
Okay, see you later. Thank you.
See you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Meanwhile, we're going to be having a very short break of about 2 minutes. After that, we're going to be back with Abdullah Ismailov, continuing with, again, the topic on cybersecurity. So, yeah, see you in 2 minutes.
Hi everyone.
Welcome, Abdullah.
Welcome. Can you hear me well?
Yes, you can.
Great. Yeah.
How are you, Abdullah? How are you doing?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm also fine, thank you. It has been actually a while since I seen you last time.
Yeah.
All right. So, well, let's actually keep it very short then, as you wish. So, I would briefly like to ask you to introduce yourself, your background, what are your experiences in this field?
Sure.
Yeah.
So, as you mentioned, my name is Abdullah Ismailov. I'm a penetration tester. I'm working as a senior penetration tester at Under Defense. I'm originally from Azerbaijan, but currently living in Ukraine. So my main direction is offensive operations. Here we are doing most commonly we are doing the red teaming, penetration testing, and adversary simulations. But in the past, in my experience, I also worked in different sectors like banking, government, and other private organizations where we did both the red and blue teaming. So that was a fun experience. Currently, we are also doing here researches where our main aim is here to make internet more safer place, and also these kind of researchers also helps us during our engagements, because engagements sometimes we need some kind of vulnerabilities, some 0 days to gain access to some systems. That's why we constantly trying to research on different topics. And today I just wanted to show one of them. I selected a topic which I think will not be hard to grasp and understand, and I hope that will be fun for you. And yeah.
All right. So could you briefly just go over the title, like what your content is going to be about?
So the title is Embedded Systems Vulnerability Resource, so Western Digital NAS case. So we are going to talk about different code execution vulnerabilities which I found in the Western Digital NAS device. I will briefly talk about the theoretical part, where I will introduce you like different topics like what is NAS device, what is the firmware, what is the firmware dumping, and so on and so forth. And then I will slightly move to the more technical part, and I will show you the vulnerability cause and the exploitation phase. And also at the end, I will show you the exploitation of the vulnerabilities. I recorded that in like video. I will show it in the end. So yeah, after that
Good
also
luck.
yeah.
All right. If you don't have any questions to ask, then the stage is completely yours. We'll be right back in the backstage.
Okay, great. So let's get started then.
Good luck.
All right. Good luck.
Yeah. Can you see my screen, by the way?
Yes, we can.
Great. So, as I mentioned today, we are going to talk about embedded systems vulnerability research, the Western Digital NAS case. So, this topic is actually more generic. I will talk generic, so you can apply those knowledge from these slides to anywhere you want, and you can do your own independent researches in the future. So, so let me again quickly tell who am I. I am senior penetration tester at Under Defense Cybersecurity. As I told you, my past experiences including banking, government, security companies. I have a couple of certifications like OSP, OSCE, which is industry leading certifications, defines your ability to perform penetration tests. I'm author of a couple of open source projects, and in my free time, I'm also doing a bug bounty hunting, and also I'm working as a kind of independent security researcher, where I am doing the researches on products. And one of my kind of hobbies is doing the custom tools development, where I am automating my workflow, also writing some exploits in different programming languages. And the other thing is that I like to do is find new ways to avoid systems like antiviruses, EDRs, I don't know, this kind of things. So all of those are my red teaming directions. Okay, so let's first talk about the NAS devices, because without understanding what is the NAS device, we could not move further. So NAS device, as the name suggests, it is the acronym of Network Attached Storage. So this is NAS devices, it is kind of server, and they function like storing files in the network. Their main purpose is to get media files from the user stored in the hard drive and retrieve it back whenever it's needed and it's required. The NAS devices may use different protocols like SMB or NFS. It depends on the NAS device and its configuration. But also some NAS devices also works like with the HTTP, where without need of any SMB or NFS, you can use just only your browser, and then you can do all of your operations. And most of the devices also support the Android and iOS apps, which makes them smooth to interactively operate, upload, download, and modify files in storage. And most of them also supports cloud backups. So as you may see, they are doing it as a backup, so that if NAS device will become unoperatable, then your files will be safe in some third-party storages like AWS, Google Drive, Dropbox, and so on and so forth. Also, they are all easy to use, and everyone can just buy one of the NAS device and set up it, plug it to the network, and then you are ready to go. You can use it as you wish. Then I would like to talk about the motivation behind this research. Why some NAS device should be researched. So the first the thing I want to mention, NAS devices often contain sensitive and confidential data. So by its design, its nature, NAS device is used for having tons of information inside. It may be as classic documentation, or it may hold some confidential files. It may hold tons of different sort of files inside it. And gaining access to the device means gaining access to those files. And today, in today's world, cyber world, hackers actually trying to gain either access to the files, sensitive and confidential files, or they are trying to get a ransom by using those, by encrypting those files. And the different thing is that NAS devices, most common, they are IoT devices, and they can be open to the world, open to the internet world. It means that anyone can configure it to open to the internet. And for example, you can connect to your NAS device, which is located in your home, from your phone, and it is easy to exchange your files. And compromising it means that, let's say, if NAS device located inside a company network, then compromising those NAS devices means accessing the internal network of the company. Additionally, because of its nature, because it holds files, it's possible to plant malware inside files, which means that attacker can poison files like document files, like I don't know. Let me give you an example. Attacker poison a docx file, Word file, right, and embed a malicious macro inside that. And when the legitimate user downloads its file for use, he or she can execute those macro, and then he can give access. He can grant access to hackers to his computer. So this is a well-known technique where attackers planting malwares and different kind of things inside the shares. And this is the one case that I wanted to mention also. Additionally, in today's world, companies are using SOC, Security Operations Centers, and they are constantly monitoring their internal network for malicious activities. But there is some catch. The embedded devices, like this one, like NAS, like I don't know, routers, like IP telephony devices, and so on. Most of them lacks logging and log forwarding feature. What does it mean? It means that even if there is something nasty happens in the background, nobody will feel about it, and attacker can just compromise the device and can just sit in the network for a long period of time without even any noticing. And that is also sort of hidden access to the internal networks. And we see often those scenarios in today's world. Yeah. Then the next one is the ransomware loves important data. So attackers in today's world, the threat matrix moved from fun to profit. So it means that attackers tries to access to systems like NAS devices, then encrypt all the information which a NAS device has, and then ask for the ransom. And they really gaining a lot of money by using those techniques. The other fact is that IoT devices can be abused for DDoS. In the past, there's tons of scenarios we saw where the IoT devices hacked and used against other systems for running distributed denial of service attacks. So you can quickly search about Mirai, and you can see that Mirai bot, which infected thousands of IoT devices and run a massive denial of service attacks against big corporations and big systems. Then the last but the most interesting fact is that embedded system software often executes system commands, which is a very, very good candidate to test for code execution attacks. And hackers also love code execution because this means that if attacker can execute arbitrary code, he can access to the system completely. For this research, we have selected Western Digital MyCloud series NAS devices. Why? Because if you Google the most well-known NAS devices, you will find out the Western Digital MyCloud series in one of the first places. Because it is cheap if we compare with the others, but it has tons of features. It is really easy to configure. It is so easy to configure. It is extendable, and it is not only used by regular users at home, but also the companies, small, medium businesses, also using it in their offices to share files between their employees. That is why this is that took our interest, and we decided to take into look its firmware and analyze it for vulnerabilities. Yeah, as other devices, this Western Digital NAS device also had thousands of vulnerabilities in the past. Researchers reported dozens of different vulnerabilities, which led access to the NAS, which led access to arbitrary access to the NAS. And for example, one of them was the NAS device contained this kind of funny vulnerability. In general, this kind of devices has authentication, like they are taking the user input from the web form and authenticating user to the device by using the standard NixWorld shadow file. So they are converting the password to the hash and then compare it to the hash in the shadow file. So one researcher, for example, found that if somebody just by looking to the shadow or a pass file can grab any system user without any password, if he can populate these details to the web form, he can authenticate without knowing any valid username and password. Because, for example, let me give you an example. In Linux Word, in pass file, there is a user called nobody, for example. By default, it doesn't have any password. And in our NAS case, there's also not any password. And in vulnerable NAS device in the past, if you provided a username as nobody and a password as empty, you could log into the NAS device. Why? Because NAS device thinks that, yeah, I'm getting the user. Okay, what is the password of the nobody? And it's looking to the shadow file and sees that the password for the nobody is empty, and it means that this user provided the correct credentials and let a user or attacker to log into the NAS device and gain access to the sensitive files. But over the time, the NAS device implemented really good procedures or mechanisms to prevent those attacks. And we'll see how effective was that and what kind of vulnerabilities we have discovered. Regarding the Shodan, there is more than 90K devices which is available over internet. I'm not talking about devices which is locally working. I'm talking about the devices which is exposed to the internet. There is 90K. So what is Shodan? Shodan is kind of Google for the IoT world, where the Shodan indexes all the devices with their corresponding ports and services. And by using the simple queries, you can find exact device that you are looking for without scanning the whole internet. And that is why as hackers, we are also using the Shodan to find out the threat matrix. I mean, how big is the threat in regards of the NAS device, in regards of the Vista Digital NAS device. So this is over 90K, and it's really big amount of devices exist right now. Before jumping into the actual technical details, let's first understand what is the firmware. So firmware is a specific, let's say, software which the device is using in order to operate as its intended usage. It means that device to make this device, for example, work, all of these companies, the firmware should be inside this device, and this is also kind of called like an operating system, because firmware often contains the bootloader, the Linux kernel, and their own file system, which is read-only by default, and it is stored in the different places, like in non-volatile memory places, like in ROM, in EEPROM, in EEPROM, and flash memory. Each memory has its own pros and cons, and attackers, if attackers wants to analyze the firmware, they should have either the device or the firmware itself. So they can dump firmware from device, or they can download firmware from the vendor website. So you may have questions why vendors should share the firmware of the device online, because sometimes users need to download firmware, upgrade this firmware from version, for example, 2 to version 3. That's why vendors makes such kind of flexibility to its users and but sometimes, as you will see in these slides, it may become abusable, and security researchers or other hackers can just download the firmware and then unpack it and then just start analysis of those firmwares. In our case, the firmware is we don't require to kind of dump anything using hardware modules from the hardware itself. We were lucky, and we could find these firmware online from the vendor website. And after downloading the firmware, we should start analyzing this firmware itself. But before jumping into the firmware extraction, let's talk about a little bit about Binvolk. What is Binvolk? Binvolk is open source tool for analyzing and reverse engineering, extracting firmware images. It is developed in, if I correctly remember, 2010, and it's really old but gold tool for firmware analysis. Binvolk can scan the firmware for different file types and file systems, which is very, very important for us, because when we get the firmware, we don't have any kind of information about it, and we need to get the file systems first from that firmware to analyze its contents. With Binvolk, you can do a couple of things, but before telling that, I want to mention that Binvolk is working like using a signature mechanism, and it has tons of signatures, and it knows different file system signatures like SquashFS, bootloaders, and so on and so forth, so that it can understand and tell you the exact ordinals and addresses were inside the file where this file system resides. With Binvolk, you can decompress file system images to search specific password files and try to break password hashes. What does it mean? This is a fun story, because sometimes firmwares contain passwords, default passwords, and credentials inside the password and shadow files, which you can just extract them, then try cracking them. And if this device has, let's say, some service like SSH or Telnet or similar service, then you can just log into this service and then gain access, because those credentials, if those credentials is the same across different devices, then you have already found a vulnerability. Then the second one is reverse engineering the binaries inside the file system images to look for the vulnerabilities. This is so vital, because the NAS devices, they are working primarily they're working with these binaries to operate normally, and this is also in our case. I will show you that one of the vulnerabilities resided in the binaries. And the other case is to extract and search for the backdoor passwords and the digital certificates. So, for example, the device may have some backdoors which may give access to the support user or whatever who is connecting to the device, which is so bad. In the past, Western Digital NAS also had such kind of problem, and they after a while they have fixed those. It's also possible to perform the binary diffing to understand differences. This is more this is used for analyzing the patches. And also it's possible to use it for entropy analysis to understand the compressed data or find the hard-coded crypto keys and such. So if you talk about my cloud case, we first start with signature scanning. So to understand, is it really possible to understand, get a grasp from the first look? So as you can see from this screenshot, there is tons of different things exist. First of all, I would like to mention that sometimes Binvolk may give you false positives because of its nature. It's working like a signature. It may give you some false positive, but most of the time, the file systems is correctly identified. For example, in our case, our bootloader is U-boot, and we are using Linux kernel, and we are using, or my cloud is using the SquashFS file system for holding its internal files and software. And if you can look to this field, you can find out the addresses which these files reside, which these file systems reside inside the firmware. And you can either extract, for example, you can extract specifically SquashFS, or if you need only to understand how bootloading is working, you can only extract the first bootloading section, or you can extract some data, which is the last one, for example. It depends on the researcher's choice. But we have extracted all, and our main target is the SquashFS file system because it contains the software which the NAS operates. So extraction is so simple just by giving it the E flag. E means extract. If we give the E flag, then we can extract all the file systems and so on and so forth. Also, this shows the same signature variation. It also shows the file system types and their ordinals. So let's talk about a little bit about our high-level analysis approach. So this is not complete kind of list. This may be extended to the big list, but we can kind of conclude to these steps at least. This is high-level analysis, and that may vary from device to device. So in our case, what we should do, we should first analyze and do analysis of backdoor passwords, weak passwords, and searching for private keys. This may be done in different steps, and analyzing backdoor passwords and weak passwords may be combined in the binary analysis as well, because backdoors often become hidden inside the binaries. And analysis of hidden services and startup scripts. What does it mean? It means that sometimes the devices is using sort of startup scripts which may start some hidden services, or it may communicate with some other external third-party systems. It's also good to know and analyze its logic. Sometimes, for example, let me give you one example. Device may start, and by starting it can run some script, which the script may enable some service, but the service is not open by default to everyone. So it requires some sequence of packets, and after those sequence of packets, the service become available, and anyone who is sending those sequence of packets, it's also called port knocking, by the way, can connect to the service. If you talk about analysis of the application design, we have different approaches, but reading source code from top to bottom approach. So what does it mean? It means that the source code should be analyzed like reading the whole application from start to end. This is one approach. But the second approach may be you can just quickly search for some dangerous functions like shell, exec, system, and similar. Both of them has pros and cons, but in our case, we selected top to bottom approach. The other cases is analysis of framework, library, and dependencies, and third-party software-related vulnerabilities, because this is also so required. Third-party software, we often see that the device may have some third-party vulnerabilities, or third-party software which may have vulnerabilities in the past, but developers or the vendor itself did not use the updated version of the third-party software, which this is kind of chained vulnerability. Like the third-party software is vulnerable, that is why device becomes vulnerable. And also analysis of the application request routing, because it's so vital. If you don't know how user traffic is routed to the inside the NAS device or embedded device, then you cannot analyze it further. Analysis of configuration files is also must-have, and analysis of binaries, which is executed under the hood, that is also the must-have step. In our case, I just want to give you quick info. Our web server is Apache. Web app is developed in PHP. Web interface is communicating with device using CGI binaries. And we'll see how all of this flow works. First of all, let's understand the routing, how application is routing all of the URLs. So the main method is to read the htaccess files to understand it. As you can see from this screenshot, whatever is coming from the API, such as regex /rest/ and then again regex, everything will be redirected internally to the file located in this path. It means that let's say during the analysis of some, let's say, JavaScript or HTML files, if we may come across to this kind of links, you already know that requests which comes to this URL will be internally redirected to this file for processing. And also we know that direct accessing to the REST-API is not possible. By the way, if you remember in the previous slides, I told you that if the device, embedded device, is using hard-coded secret keys, hard-coded private keys, this is also itself a vulnerability, because, for example, in this case, as you can see, the private keys and certificates itself reside inside the firmware, which is hard-coded. What does it mean? This is itself one vulnerability, by the way. It means that if attacker downloads the firmware, extracts these keys, it already has access to these keys, and he can do transparent man in the middle against other NAS devices. And this will be so transparent because all the keys and everything is on attacker's hand. That's why we always recommend that do not use the hard-coded keys. Always regenerate the keys upon creating or registering the device. The next slide also is about kind of configuration, where, as you can see, it is kind of serving the static files, and it's like, if you look at this configuration, we can say that if the request URI is not XML English XML and XML lang XML, then route it to the CGI bin webpipe.cgi. Do you remember that I told you that this kind of device is always using the binaries? Okay, if all the static resources is routed to the webpipe.cgi, then how is webpipe.cgi is accepting the user input and then processing it? If you go down, there is a clue. So we see that whatever is coming to the whatever is ending with CGI is routed through the web/CGI_API.php with bypassing CGI name as a parameter. As you can see by just reading the configuration file, we already understand how static files like XML files are routed, how CGI files are routed. We understood that CGI files are not directly accessible, but using this CGI underscore PHP CGI underscore API.php, we can manipulate these interactions with these binaries. Yeah, if it quickly introduce vulnerabilities, what we have found at the end, that was 5 different remote command execution vulnerabilities. One of them is exploitable through low-level user, and others require administrative access. And all of them is because the remote code execution has high impact, and successful exploitation may result with complete access to the NAS device itself. So, if we talk first about the first case, I've just shared with you this screenshot. Can you spot the vulnerability? It is so easy to spot it, actually. So let me translate this piece of code into human language. So the NAS device is accepting the code and the method variables or user inputs and assigning them to the appropriate variables like code and method. Then, as a security reasons, they are checking if the code is integer. First, they are casting code to the integer by using the PHP's int typecasting. Then they are checking if it is integer. Int is a PHP's built-in function, and it returns it checks if the argument is integer or not. And the other one is with OR condition checks if the method variable is input or not. It means that if this variable is sent by user or not. After that, it's using switch case and tests if test different cases, and based on the cases, appends the code variable to the command and executes it. So the funny fact is that Western Digital developers made a huge mistake, because comparing it like this, it is a big bullshit. Why? PHP's int casting is converting everything to integer, even strings. Yeah, you heard it right. It means that if they tested the code just by isInt function without casting, then probably this attack wouldn't work. But because they are first converting the string into integer, then they test it against isInt function, they fail. Let's give an example. So I created a test variable, and I have assigned under defense string to this variable, right? After that, if I were dump the variable with the typecasting, you can see that it gets the int type. And if I echo this with the typecasting, I get 0. What does it mean? It means that here, if I send there, for example, Medipol, for example, it will be converted to the integer, which will become to 0. It will be then it then will be fed to the isInt function, which will check if it is integer or not. 0 is valid integer, and this condition is itself will be bypassed and will be went through to the switch and case section. How it can be exploited? So easy. If you will send parameter code parameter with the for example some integer, then semicolon, then the command that you would like to execute, then it's going to execute your command. As we can see, that is too easy to exploit such kind of vulnerability, and because of the improper validation of the user input, may lead to the high severity vulnerability, as you can see. Then the second case. Again, the same question, can you spot the vulnerability? By the way, this is 2 different screenshots, as you can see from here. First one is, let me translate it again to the human words. In the first screenshot, we have the file called tmp upload underscore fw underscore msg. Whenever file upload happens, the file name which is uploaded to the NAS device is written to the temporal file called tmp/upload underscore. In short, this file. This file will be overwritten. Contents will be overwritten by the file name that you are uploading. Then we remember this case, and we move to the next section. In another functionality, the NAS device, whenever it's trying to, let's say, do some other uploading things, other uploading features, it is checking if this file exists inside the file system. If yes, then it's gonna get its contents from by using file get contents function, and then append it to the command that's gonna be executed. As you may think, this is also vulnerable because of these two different snippets can be chained together to get again the code execution. Why? Because in the first case, we can upload a file with a file name, for example, quotes, semicolon, curl, then your for example IP address, and in short, this payload will be written to the file under the tmp upload underscore fv message. Then it's gonna be reread and appended to the cmd variable and will be executed with the popen function. And at the end, we'll get code execution. So we'll have two different places and one high severity vulnerability. We can combine these two features into valid code execution exploit. So this is the example of the exploitation where when you upload the file, you are not giving anything as a content. You are just by giving the file name like this, like it contains the payload, and then you are good to go. Then you are in the second place, you are invoking it by again sending the request to the CGI upload.cgi to gain arbitrary code execution. And at the end, we'll get the nice and good reverse shell back, which is running with root privileges. Then the third case is again the classic code execution vulnerability. Let me translate this code again to the human words. So in short, we have one variable like called curl command. It is appending this kind of strings to itself and also appending something with file underscore get contents by reading PHP : / input. After that, it is, as you can see, it's kind of appending tons of strings, endpoint, blah, 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 blah. And at the end, it is doing escape shell arc. So what is escape shell arc? Escape shell arc in the PHP world is used for fixing the code execution vulnerabilities, where it is escaping the arguments and will not give attacker to make this user input as a part of the executed command. It will be always be acted as an argument, as a string argument. But they made a huge mistake here, a very huge mistake here. PHP input is attacker controllable because PHP input means the post body without whatever you are sending in the post body to this endpoint will be accepted as PHP://input. And because we are appending our malicious payload inside the executed command before doing the escape shell arg, we already bypass all of these security mechanisms, and we already have the valid command which is waiting us here in shell exec to be executed. Again, that is so easy to exploit just by sending the as you can see, this kind of payload. It is too easy to exploit and gain code execution in the NAS device as a root user again. Then the fourth case, this case also it's not possible to directly see the vulnerability because this is different. I'm giving you code snippets from different files. It's not located in a single file. So in our case, I'm translating this code again to the human world. So it is checking if this file exists in the file system. If yes, then it gets these files contents by using file get contents. Then doing some string operations and checking if it's not empty or not, then appending and this download server variable, which also holds the contents of this file, and then executes it with a sudo curl command. So you may think, okay, how can I exploit it if I couldn't manipulate this file, right? Then in this case, we need to find a way to manipulate this file itself. If you can find a way to manipulate this file, then after coming back to this file, PHP script, our arbitrary command should be executed. So let's find a way to write the tmp/docker_apps_server file. After a little bit research, we found that there is some other function exists, which is called CGI apps_install. As you can see from this screenshot, I will not read all of those, but if we will go down, we can see that this piece of code is getting the file name again, f_apps_file, but from this parameter, and it gets name from this file upload, appends it to this string, and then it is writing, it's moving it to the upload path. It means that we can write arbitrary things to the arbitrary location. And at the end, we can get the code execution because we can write the docker_apps_server file and execute it with a shell exec. Then the fifth case, where the command is executed like this. So we have a sprintf again. We are executing the ftp_download with some couple of arguments. But you may think that, okay, till now you showed us tons of user inputs, which pass to the application and then unsafely appended to the command and executed. What is the problem here? Because every user input is escaped with escape shell arg. It should not be vulnerable, right? Yeah, it should not be vulnerable because the application, the PHP side, PHP part of the application is secure. Then the question, why you are showing this screenshot to us if it's secure? No, it's not secure. because if you do analysis of this FTP_download binary, we will find out that the binary itself vulnerable to code execution, not the PHP script. I will not go through all of this binary analysis because we don't have a lot of time for that. But the binary, FTP download binary, is doing such kind of things. So it gets the user inputs like host, user, password, directory, language, and so on and so forth to this binary as an argument. Then it is trying to resolve the host, which we provided here. Then it is, if it can resolve the host, then it's gonna get the files from the remote FTP server using the wget. I'm sorry, and all of those features and functionalities are resided in the libsghat.so shared library. What is this file? The SO file in the Linux world is for the DLL version of the Linux. The same thing is in the Windows world is DLL. So let me show you the vulnerable function in the C code, and we can understand the problem itself. So at the end, whatever we are providing here as a host, it is coming back to host to IP function in the binary. And it's getting the host name as a character pointer. It is then doing some sprintf and so on, and appends it to the nmb lookup -r function, -r command. And then it's opening it with a popen and executes it. As you can see, it is unsafely appended to popen without any validation and sanitization, which may result with, again, the code execution. The code execution is so easy to accomplish by just doing this kind of payload. And at the end, we again get the code execution with the root privilege. As you can see, not always we require PHP files to become vulnerable, but sometimes the binaries which the embedded devices using may become vulnerable to such attacks. That is why it's always recommended to check everything, binaries and then the web application part, so that we can cover everything. I will show you the POC video. So here, this is our NAS device. We have the confidential. We have folder. I'm sorry. We have folder called confidential, and we have folder called confidential, and this folder only accessible by the admin, and the test user doesn't have access, as you can see. So in our case, let's try to get access to this folder and these files. So we are looking as a test to see if we can access to this folder by using the UI, web UI. No, we couldn't. Now we are executing the exploit. We are providing the valid host name and the credentials and the reverse port and the IP address, and then we're getting the reverse shell back. Now we have full access to the remote NAS device, and we're running as root. Now we are searching the folder which is in the hard disk, and attacker finds it. As we can see, vulnerabilities can be abused in different ways. In our case, I just showed you that we have access totally to the totally to the NAS device, and extracted sensitive data from the test device itself. Results. So, as a result, we got 5 CVEs for these vulnerabilities. So these CVEs I got in the last year. And after communicating with the Western Digital security team, they told me that because of those vulnerabilities, we are moving to the new version, and they are completely moved from firmware version 2 to the newer one, which is called 5. I don't know why from version 2 they stated it as 5, but after 5 months of period, they have introduced a new firmware, and as they suggest, it is kind of more secure. And that's it. That's it till now. We can start getting questions.
Well, that was actually pretty detailed explanation. Like, thanks. So, like previously, like personal speaking, I've never seen like someone go that detailed about the exploitation, about the vulnerability. So, thanks so much actually for taking your time.
You're
pretty
welcome.
much like.
Yeah.
If you guys have any questions.
By the way, Abdullah, thank you for your time. And we have come at the end of the cybersecurity sessions today, and we had 2 amazing speakers. And again, thanks for being with us. Musa, what were you saying?
Yeah, I would like to again thank again so much. Like at the same time, guys, in the chat, the attendance form link has been sent. So you have to also submit the first alongside this one in order to get the cybersecurity form. But after all, again, I would like to thank you so much. And I also got actually one more question in mind. Like, was that vulnerability related to the PHP itself, like, or it was actually just for the embedded system? Like, was it the language specific issue or the device?
So PHP, in our case, the developers have not followed the right principles of writing secure code. So in this case, this is the fault of the developers. It's not fault of the PHP. PHP is doing everything right. If you are not writing code securely, then it's your fault, in short. And also, as you saw from the slides, not all the vulnerabilities related to the PHP itself. The last one is related to the binary, which is written in C.
Yeah, right.
Which is hidden gem, right? You know, which is hidden from the sites, and nobody can identify it because everybody thinks that, okay, from looking to the PHP part and thinks that, okay, we have the code which is securely passing the user arguments to the binary, and that there should not be any vulnerability, but in reality there is.
How long did it take actually for you to understand the whole like vulnerability? Like it's not something like you can notice like directly when you see the code and stuff.
Well, first of all, we when we get the idea of analyzing the NAS devices, we first searched the firmware. We thought that maybe only having the firmware itself enough to analyze and finish this research, but at the end we understood that no. We need something kind of real physical hardware in order to simulate the attacks and validate the existence of those vulnerabilities. Without that, actually, that becomes a little bit hard because sometimes something in theory doesn't work always in the practical world.
Right.
That's why we not purchased, but we grabbed like a rent from the local store here from Ukraine and tested it during the 10 days. We validated the vulnerabilities and then returned it back. And say that thank you for your thank you for your help. That's enough for us, and we don't need that device anymore.
Makes sense, like.
Yeah.
All right, I don't really see also a lot of questions. Yeah, about a presentation, by the way. Can you just send me over like after the presentation, so I will be sharing also with the people?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So we have one more question actually. How can we detect cyber attacks and respond to them from the chat?
If you mean that in a corporate level, how you can detect it? Well, it depends on your architectural design. But in short, every company should have its own blue team. So blue teams is a team that is constantly analyzing the evidence, analyzing all the events, and trying to find and correlate the anomalies inside the network. If companies doesn't have enough maturity to handle those kind of things, then it's also possible to use some third-party SOCs, security operation centers, where they do 24/7 analysis of your infrastructure against cyber attacks. This is kind of question so broad, but in short, it can be at least identified by such kind of things.
Great. Do you have any more questions from the chat? If not, by the way, like Abla, thanks so much for taking your time. Like, it really means a lot. And
you're welcome.
Yeah,
I hope you have enjoyed.
I did
very much,
personally. I did personally, yeah.
Yeah, great. Then I'm leaving, and thank you.
Yeah, we got one more question. Difference between the DOS and DDoS attacks.
So the main difference between those two is, as you see from the name, one is denial of service attack, one is distributed denial of service attack. The distribution, the second one is the more massive, means that attack is not coming from one source, but coming from multiple sources. So if we give you an example, like if you are attacking to the server from your own computer, it is DOS. If you are collecting all of your friends and 10 of viewers attacking to the server at the same time, it is kind of DDoS.
That was like very brief explanation.
Yeah, I guess that was easy to understand.
Yeah, it was. All right, then, if you don't have any questions to us, we're glad to have you among us.
Great. Thank you, then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much. Have a good day. All right, meanwhile, guys, we have one more question from the chat that Ilhan just mentioned about the first quiz. The first form actually we have sent before. It's going to be available again for another 15 minutes. So you can, again, have more time to fill the first and the second form of the cybersecurity right now. Both of the links are going to be sent to the chat. So don't worry about if you just missed the first one. It's going to be active for another like 10 or 15 minutes again. And
but same situations has happened in the first day as well. Yeah. So don't worry. The moderators are going to share the both of them, as Ursal mentioned. So after 2 minutes break, we will be inviting Amin Altajir for blockchain technology session. So okay, we can take break, right?
All right. See you in 2 minutes. Yep.
See you. Hello again.
All right.
Here we go for the blockchain technology sessions with Amen Altajir. Welcome,
Hey
Mr. Amin.
guys. Hey guys, how's it going? Thank you so much for having me in here. Super excited today.
Yeah, thank you very
So
much.
we are
Thanks for
actually.
being with us today.
My pleasure.
Mr. Amin, please could you explain today's content, what you are going to cover within
Sure.
2 sessions?
But before we get into
Yeah.
that, actually, if you could briefly introduce yourself, your background, and so on, that would be great.
Oh, okay,
Sure.
okay, sorry, yes.
Yeah, no worries. I've actually have all of these things within the presentation, but nonetheless, my name is Amin
Right.
Tajer. I'm currently a Google developer expert in machine learning, which is my bread and butter. I'm currently the CEO of InfiniteWare. We are an AI business located in Bahrain. We've been around for probably 12 or 11 years, give or take. We have big clients such as Saudi Aramco and such, a couple of banks and all. So it's exciting times for us. And blockchain has always been a super crucial matter for me, especially that I worked in banking for more than 10 years. And let me just tell you straightforward, I don't like banking that much. And so for me, blockchain is the ultimate method, to keep things working fine in the right way. So today I'll be talking about how blockchain really works inside out. I'm going to try to get as technical as possible without ruining it for everybody else. But if you guys are interested, you can always ask technical questions. And then I'm going to move into the practical use cases that are currently happening and how we can really leverage them going forward in the future. So it's going to be a combination of 2 things going forward. And please just be yourself. It's a totally casual session. It's not going to be a formal one. And just throw in question whenever you feel like it.
And
All
there
right.
will not any investment advice, of course, right?
No, totally, yeah. I'm not a financial advisor, so even didn't take it like that.
Okay, great.
Okay, so
All right,
let me
then.
just
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. Whenever you're free or like the feel right time, just share your screen. Let me actually
Yes.
add it to the stream.
Yes, I'm actually
Here we
sharing
go.
it. So is my voice clear? Is the camera clear? Is the screen
Yes.
clears up? Okay.
Completely great. And by the way, would you like me to display the questions on the screen whenever we
Yeah,
get them,
please.
or?
Yes, please
All
go
right.
for it. Whenever this happens and it's part of the context, we can go ahead and answer those. Otherwise, I can leave them to the very end. That
All
way.
right then. That
luck.
we'll elevate the stage for you. We're in the
Thank you so
backstage.
much. Appreciate
All right.
it. Thanks. Okay,
luck.
so thank you all so much for being here today. It's such a pleasure. This is my first time doing actually session, for my folks and friends in Turkey. So I'm pretty psyched about that. Today's session is going to be called Understanding Blockchain Beyond the Fluff and the Nonsense. And it's pretty exciting, to be quite honest. And yeah, let's just go through it. Okay. So we have a lot of ground to cover today. This is going to be like a 1 hour and a half, or probably 1 hour or 2 hours if you guys have questions or things that you want to ask about. So it's pretty thorough. So my name is Amin Tajer. As I said, you can always contact me at aminatajer.com or at Amin Tajer, which is my handle for both Twitter and Instagram. I'm currently a Google developer expert in machine learning, which is something I'm really, really happy about. But nonetheless, as I said, on the side, I do a lot of work in banking. I do a lot of work in cybersecurity and such. It's pretty exciting for me. I love this field. And also, I'm currently the CEO of InfiniteWare, which is the business that I started back when I was in university 12 or 13 years ago. And InfiniteWare is a strictly AI business. We were a game development business, but now we focus completely on machine learning products and services. And even like other AI stuff, even for games, for example. Some of our clients, I don't want to take a lot of your time, so just for reference. Okay, cool. So I'm not sure if this is actually true here, but I just want to know if you guys, like if there's a big part of you guys here today in the audience, people that work in the financial, like in the financial industry, basically. But I can probably guess that maybe it's half and half. Maybe you guys have an experience with the financial industry or so, and the other people are, and the rest of the people are actually technical people. So this is going to be very interesting. So I'm going to keep it really, really cool. I'm going to start from the ground up. So in case, you don't have any experience with those terms, you get to have the experience to learn about all of these things from the ground up. Today's agenda is going to be like that. We're going to have a small, brief introduction about the economy and banking 101. Even if you don't like banking, just like myself, at least you get the experience to understand how the system works from the ground up, so you can understand how blockchain and Bitcoin in this case really try to somehow, provide an alternative for the system. We're going to be talking about decentralization as well. Like if you go to any entity, any institution, for them, centralization, is all the craze, is the best way to build systems. But we're going to challenge that today, in the second chapter where we talk about decentralization and if it's really better than centralization. We're also going to be talking about Bitcoin, but the concept of Bitcoin, we're going to dig deep into how it works, but we're not going to provide a lot of advice, to be quite honest, not really. We're not going to provide any advice on investment and such. I'm not really interested in that in this specific chapter because I want you to understand how it works on the side, because it is honestly the benchmark for so many blockchains out there, and knowing how Bitcoin works is really crucial for you to pick up some of the new concepts coming in, from other platforms as well. Fourth, we're going to be talking about Ethereum, which is a spin-off that came after Bitcoin, and they try to do a few things different from Bitcoin, which is also a very crucial project if you want to understand how, blockchain is all about and how it's shaping the future in a way. We're also going to be talking about notable mentions, a few cool things that I'm really happy about and things that I really admire, and I think they have a lot of potential in the future, a few projects and a few ideas. And then we're going to get to the portion that a lot of people are waiting for. I'm not going to talk about investment, but I'm just going to get you, like, let's say the baseline of how you should think when you get into that field and how Bitcoin is perceived by investors, basically. Okay, and the people who are getting themselves into the investment aspect of it. So a lot of stuff to cover. Hopefully we'll be able to cover it in 1.5 hours or probably 2, but this is going to be an interesting journey for both of us. Okay, so the first thing that I normally ask a lot of my audience, is Bitcoin evil or not? Let's be quite honest. What is your take, guys, when we're talking about Bitcoin? And you can probably just say it in the comments, and you can just answer yourself if you wanted to. But this is the $1 million question that a lot of people go through whenever they hear about Bitcoin. Is it really an evil invention, or is it something totally different? So a lot of people have mixed opinions when it comes to Bitcoin, and I cannot really blame a lot of people for getting different notions about Bitcoin, because it's just like another medium, just like the internet, basically. The internet can be used for good or for bad, or even for the ugly if you think about it. But Bitcoin is also the same thing. Bitcoin, as you're probably going to see down the line now in the presentation, that it has so many good things and so many bad things depending on the perception that you have, depending on the angle that you see from it. So we'll see that. Now, a little disclaimer before we go on. I don't know everything in life, so don't go crazy on me if I say something wrong. Please just correct me. But to a greater extent, I really understand my way through cryptocurrencies and blockchain, as I've done a lot of commercial projects in that space. But nonetheless, don't go crazy on me. So I'm very open about responding to issues and errors. Okay, so chapter 1. Let's talk about the economy and banking in general. So this is your guide, for economy and banking 101. Are you sure you really understand the system? So back in the day, when humans, like really a long time ago, when they wanted to transact, they did not really have the tools to go and do a lot of, do not have the tools to do transactions and be very explicit about what they want to exchange with other people. So one of the old methods, as you probably know, is the idea of exchange. So you have, let's say, a commodity like a cow or something like that, and then you just exchange it for something else, something that you want from somebody else. Imagine you have, let's say, food, or you have something that you want to use to build your house. So it was just a matter of exchanging stuff in order to get, day by day. And that is not super bad. Nonetheless, let's be honest, it's not the best choice. It's not the best, course of mediums, basically, using that sort of thing, especially when you don't have the fungibility attribute. Now, you might be asking yourself, what do I mean when I say fungibility? Now, that means the currency, or let's say the medium of exchange that we're using in order to do that sort of exchange cannot be divided. So you cannot, for example, take a cow and split into 2 halves, and you're going to have 2 different small cows. This doesn't happen in reality, right? So this means you either have to take the full cow and transact it for something else, something that is worthwhile for you. Otherwise, you won't be able to get into that sort of transaction. So as you can probably tell, not the best, tool out there, but this is what we used to do. Now, this is important because we normally transact based on two things. You either transact your experience or you transact your time. But if you think about it, time and experience, they go hand in hand, which means you might acquire experience when you dedicate a lot of time to something. So honestly, what we're talking about here, when we're selling something, when we're transacting, when we're exchanging stuff, we're basically exchanging things that are worthwhile of our time and experience. And that is really important because the idea behind money is not so bad after all. Now, a lot of people had different ideas when it comes to money. But money as a general tool is not so bad. Money is actually one of the best inventions that we've ever come with as humans. So the idea that I can have a medium that can allow me to transact in this full freedom sort of environment, and I can have that fungibility aspect that we talked about, where you can divide, a specific unit into a smaller unit, so you can, do that transactions. You can do those transactions without really, without really working with big units. That is really amazing, and money allows you to do that. So when we're talking also about money, we cannot forget about the idea of trust, because when you're transacting, there's a lot of trust involved. So when you give somebody money, you're expecting the merchandise to come also, in the other in the complementing the transaction. But what I'm trying to say here, trust is really a crucial aspect of the idea of transacting with money. And so what happened in the past, a lot of people figured out that trust is probably the deal breaker when we're talking about transactions. How can you exactly do transactions or transact with somebody if you don't know they're going to pay you back, if they're going to give you the merchandise the second they receive the money? So there were a lot of questions surrounding the idea behind money. And so the concept of banks came on board early on to solve that sort of issue. Because with the bank, with the idea of banks, it's pretty straightforward. You give people your money, they save it for you, they protect it for you. And then when you want to transact somehow, because that bank has also the same relationship as yourself with the bank, it has the same sort of scheme with other beneficiaries, in the ecosystem, trying to put their money, trying to, to fairly coordinate and play in the system. With that sort of a scheme, it becomes much easier for people to do trust, because you have this middleman in the middle, and it's middleman, and it's doing a lot of work just to make sure that people are worthwhile, of doing transactions, and you're not going to be basically screwed when you get into that sort of agreement. So this was basically the idea of banks. So to keep it very short, about banks, the idea was pretty simple. We keep your money and we give it to you whenever you want. But however, we take a very small chunk, as a fee for our services. So nothing bad about that at all. However, today, banks have come a long way. Yeah. Now they become this crazy beast, and they do a lot of all sort of stuff. Things like personal loans, auto loans, mortgage loans, and don't get me started on mortgage loans. In credit cards, oh my God. Credit card deserves a different session on its own because it's so crazy, yeah? And so people just hear about all these things in the financial industry. Is so funny because it calls them financial products, yeah? But in reality, it's just different ways and schemes in order to handle money, to provide people with different services, basically, and different offerings. And so a lot of people don't understand how these work and everything, but this is why banks have acquired a lot of the bad reputation, because not a lot of people understand how these things work. And when you integrate with these systems, and you don't know how these things work, you will probably get screwed down the line, yeah? And so loans are really good, and they're not really bad. A lot of people have also ideas, very bad ideas on the idea of, loans. But the reality is loans are not really that horrible, but they can be also used for good and bad. A good example is, the idea behind money is when you have money in the bank and you don't have any plans for it and you don't know how to use it, you can also offer it somebody else, somebody like an entrepreneur, somebody that has a great business idea in order to go for and do something, really great with that. So it's not generally that bad. Yeah. It depends on the way you see it. So we got a question on how can we use blockchain technology in everyday areas such as healthcare and education other than the financial fees? This is the gist of my talk. So I'm trying to explain how everything works, and we're going to talk. And remember, we have 2 hours, a lot of time to kill. And then in the end of it, you'll be able to understand how you can really leverage those use cases after you understand the tech. Because in my humble opinion, a lot of people have different ideas about blockchain. They don't know how it works, and they base their information and their knowledge on whatever is circulated around in social media. And so when you don't really have that solid foundation in knowing how it works, it is very easy for you to speculate and just, falsify yourself by saying, yes, I can use it here, and I can use it there, and I can use it that. Yeah, but we'll get to that. So, we have other stuff like basically, sharks that are working in the industry, and they do money. They allow people to borrow money, but these money sharks basically have a lot of issues that come with this sort of arrangements. So the idea here is, because the financial system is now getting so complicated, a lot of people introduce the idea of regulations. And the idea behind regulations is you want to establish a sort of ground rules, either operated by the government, operated by a bank, operated by, let's say, a bigger, even a larger regulatory body, like, let's say, the European Union, for example, something like that. And the gist of it is that you want to, avoid crazy and illegal things happening within your nation. So a good example is when you have a government body, let's say in Russia or in Turkey or in Bahrain, and they're trying to make sure that the economy goes well without, doing really bad stuff. So the idea behind regulations is not so bad as well. It's introducing rules to make sure that everyone, play fair, through the system. And it's really good because it's not only that those banks can do something wrong, it's even that, people also, like even engineers, even businessmen can even be crooked. They can even do bad stuff in order to get money. So without that regulation framework working out and, making sure that everyone is protected, you can really just put all of your work, all of your economy to haywire, basically. In supplementing that idea, this is why in each country we have the idea behind central banks. And the promise of central banks is that they're going to regulate your economy 24/7. And so, making sure that there's no money laundry happening in, they're making sure that no bad businesses are doing promises without really, satisfying those promises and delivering on those promises. People don't steal each other's money. No shady business happening in. So the promise of central banking is not so bad, again, just like everything else that we've seen so far. But the million-dollar question, is it really what's happening here? Is it really that central banking is doing the right thing, just like what we expect? Or is it diverging just a bit? So just for you to be in the picture and to give you a couple of examples, every country has a central bank when it wants to regulate its economy. So for Bahrain for example, we have the Central Bank of Bahrain. We have in Saudi the Saudi Arabian Monetary Authority, aka SAMA, and now they've changed their name to Central Bank of Saudi. We also have the Central Bank of Kuwait. So all of these bodies, the whole purpose of them, just to make sure that everybody within the ecosystem of the economy plays fair. There's no shady business happening in, and there are no, really, really weird stuff happening that can really, jeopardize stuff. Now, I normally put this picture and I ask the audience, and I tell them, any idea what this is? You guys know what this is? You can probably try to, guess and put it in the comment section, but let me just tell you directly what this is. So this is what we call the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is actually the central bank of the US. Now, for different political reasons, the Federal Reserve is probably the biggest and the strongest central bank. And it has even rules and has things that it can even influence with other nations. So because everything is connected to the USD nowadays, the USD, which is the US dollar, the Federal Reserve has a lot of power issuing rules, government and governance rules, not only within the US, but also in different places in the world. Now, what is funny for me is that the Federal Reserve is broken down into two words. You've got federal and you've got also reserve. Yeah. So the word federal, it should mean that, it is part of the government. But if you look into it and you look into the history of it, the Federal Reserve, to a great extent, is not really that federal. And the Federal Reserve actually has shareholders, which means you've got people that are benefiting, people who are getting dividends from the system. And you also get this word, which is reserve. And that means that we at least should have a reserve of some sort. We have reserves for gold or so, but in reality, in the Federal Reserve, it's a big question mark. You can do your own research, but those 2 points are crazy when we're talking about the Federal Reserve. And that actually takes us to a great important concept that we have to clear out before we understand the idea behind blockchain, because with Bitcoin and blockchain, there's a lot of misconceptions. A good example is here that a lot of people believe that the US dollar is actually backed by gold. So this is what we call pegged, or basically backed to gold or backed by gold. And the idea is when you want to print new money, when you want to print new US dollars, you have to match it with an amount of gold that you have somewhere else in order to have that sort of liquidity to match each other, to match yourself. However, maybe you don't know this, but back in 1971, there's been this thing that got really huge back then. It's called the Nixon Golden Standard. And the idea is the US president back at that time, Nixon, said that, you know what, we're no longer going to keep the gold, attached to the US dollar. And this changes a lot of the dynamics now in the relationship especially in the idea of the US dollar. Because that means, you can now print money if you're the US government and you don't have to match it with gold. And that can allow you to go crazy. You can just do crazy inflation. You can do a lot of bad stuff because nobody is going to account for the gold that you have. So there's no standard, there's no protocol basically to do it. And remember, everything that we're talking about here goes basically goes through a lot of history, and there's a lot of politics behind that. And even what's so funny, back in those days, when the USD actually got introduced and it got to be used like a medium, which was neutral among a lot of countries, the rate of all of these currencies were actually fixed to the US dollar. And this is something that not a lot of people understand and know. So when you say, for example, the BHD or the Bahraini dinar, it had a fixed rate against the USD. But now we have the idea of floating rate, and this has a lot of impact. This has a lot of reasons coming in because of the idea behind that separation between gold and the USD. So I just want you to understand how the financial system, the modern financial system, is not so modern after all. Yeah. And so these banks, normally these big banks, they understand the idea behind foreign exchange, the currency exchanges and everything. And so they base their products and services based on this idea, and they make a lot of money. This is why when you go to big banks, you will normally have these big places, these people that, they call themselves traders, which really, which is funny. But the idea is that they try to make business by leveraging the margins, of doing after they do exchanges, between high volume transactions in terms of currencies, and then they make their money from that specific margin. But with a large volume, you can really make a lot of money. Now, the idea that I want to bring here is that the modern financial system is not so modern after all. There's a lot of stuff, and central banking in general the Federal Reserve itself is probably now more than 100 years in terms of age. So it's not so modern after all. And it requires really a hard boot in order to make it really new and, to really just avoid a lot of the mishaps that have happened across the years. One of the issues that have happened, you've probably remembered that if you witnessed it. Back in 2008, the financial crisis was so crazy that a lot of people got, fired from their jobs and everything. And all of that because the financial system is so attached to itself. And get this, banks like Lehman Brothers, banks that tampered with the economy, banks that really gave a lot of loans without doing an imperative process that we call KYC or know your customer, without really knowing if your customer, the person who's getting the loan, if they don't have the ability to go and pay your loan back, it's not just you as a bank, you're just going to get hurt. The whole chain just expands to every single country. And this is what happened in 2008. In 2008, it was the ultimate testament for everyone else to see in the world that, banking in general is completely flawed. When you have banks, private banks like Lehman Brothers and every one of those, you're trying to monetize as much as possible, but with no regard to the economy, and the regulations are not really working after all, the damage is not only going to be within the nation itself. It's not going to be in the U.S. I know people in Bahrain that got fired because of this financial crisis, and you probably know a lot of people as well if you encounter those people in their stories. So the verdict here is the financial system is not so great after all. And what is so funny, just to complement this idea before we close in this chapter, is that the US figured out that some of those banks are just too big to fail. And that means those banks they're going to take down their economy with them if they lose, if they go bankrupt. And so what the US has done is that it started printing more money. And they call this process the quantitative easing, basically. So it's a very fancy name, but what it means is printing more money in order to satisfy that, basically, the amounts that, just to satisfy the issue back then. So it's called quantitative easing. But the problem with printing more money is that you don't really benefit your country. You don't benefit your nation, because that means you've got more money in circulation, less commodities, less goods in circulation. So also people are going to raise their prices as well. So printing money, not so good. Yeah. Okay, so this is basically a very short background about how the financial system works and how it does its work and the issues that have happened across the years. Now, this is really a great segue to our discussion today, which is decentralization, which is the second chapter. Now, I hear a lot of people talking about the idea behind centralization. That centralization is the holy grail. Everyone should centralize their systems because it's better and easier, and it helps and makes things simpler for everyone. Yeah, I can really agree with that. I'm not saying otherwise, but there are genuine use cases where centralization would really, really suck. And we're going to get to that in a second. So I normally ask my audience as well, and you can probably talk about that in the comments again. Is it better when everything goes centralized? What's your take? Let's just keep a bit of momentum here. Let's just do a bit of momentum in the comment section, to keep things exciting. But yeah, is it really that good? Is centralized good? Let me take you my 2 cents. Let me give you my 2 cents in this subject. First things first. When you make things centralized, even though there are really good benefits and perks of doing this sort of thing, for example, you can have a government system that has every single thing that you want to access, and you just allow people to access that single website and they're good to go. They don't have to look for information across multiple systems, multiple websites. And this happens all the time with nations. If you go to a country and you're trying to get your driver license, it's very crazy that you have to roam around in multiple websites to get to what you want. So centralizing stuff is not really that bad when you think about it from an efficiency point of view. Yeah. So there are genuine use cases. However, when this fails, you get to see it with your own eyes. So a good example is the idea behind security and privacy. Now, we've seen a lot of cool sessions about cybersecurity today, right? And if there's one thing that you've witnessed today is that security is really bad when it's centralized. When you have a single host that has your passwords, when you have a single account that people can attack and target, it's just gonna be like more of a, it's gonna be a very clear target for hackers to just jump in and try to break your system and get to what they want, whether it's data, encryption keys, whatever it is. So security and privacy is not so good with the idea behind, with the idea of centralization, because it's very clear for hackers, or in terms of what they have to attack. The second point is it's a power control and a sanction game, to be quite honest. Now, if you look into it, no matter what your views are when we're talking about politics and everything else, I'm not interested in talking about politics, but what I want to tell you about is it's a power control game, which means when a country becomes so powerful, it can somehow, emit those rules and really pressurize other countries to not really transact with other countries and do other stuff with them. So this is the idea behind sanctions and power. And you can see a lot of examples with that, correct? The last thing is, even from a redundancy point of view, when you have things centralized, if you don't have an elegant, redundancy system such as clustering and, basically high availability and all of these things, people who are working with the cloud, a single point of failure is going to be, this is exactly the thing that is going to bring down your system and your service. So you have a lot of really, bad stuff that happen with centralization, and you can fix them to a greater extent depending on the methodologies that you use. But the concept itself of centralization might not be the best bet for every problem that we have. Now, that even happens on a bank level. So in case you did not know, every bank has a specific system that they call a core banking system. And this core banking system has the sole job of keeping credit and debit for every account that they have, for every transaction that happens in their books. And they call it a ledger, in case you heard the word ledger. And ledger is going to become very apparent when we talk about blockchain, because Bitcoin and blockchain borrow a lot of those terminologies basically. So the ledger is basically the history, the specific table or book that's just explicitly tells the user of the transactions that we have in their details. So if you go to the bank, there's very likely that they're going to have a core banking system that has the details of the accounting of every account that they have. And this is really important. Now, this core banking system also allows us to go back to the idea of centralization, which means everything is centralized into this box, into this core banking system. So everything that we talked about the pros and cons about centralization also can be reflected in here. So if you have an IT personnel that are not really that qualified, they can really take down the core banking system by mistake, and every service is going to be down. If you have other people that are targeting the core banking, they can just steal everything from that specific box. And let me break it to you, this happens in real life, and we've seen a lot of cases like that. And this goes back to the idea of having the core banking system, or the ledger in this case, in a centralized format. Yeah? And this even happens on a commercial level. We're not talking about data as well. So the financial system itself allows you to send money across the world through specific mediums. You cannot do peer-to-peer transactions. So which means if I want to send money to somebody in Turkey, I can't just give them money. I can either give them cash, which is very difficult to transport, or I can go one of the formal methods of sending money, such as remittance services, or I can use SWIFT, for example. And all of these methods have their pros and cons. Notably cons, you have very slow time to send the money, and you also have some of your money being taken, as a chunk from those providers as well, those connectors and payment processors. So you normally feel as somebody within the system, within this ecosystem, that you're somehow struggling to really, let's say, maximize the potential of the transactions that you want to do. Because when you want to send money abroad, people are going to take part of your money. When you want to send people money in terms of cash, when you meet with them, it becomes much harder to do it in person. So that sort of control and centralization also happens on a commercial level. It's not only within data and systems. And let me just take you through the international level here. You will probably know this by now, but the U.S. also has a lot of sanctions that it pressurizes other countries through. Russia, Iran, Iraq, as far as I know, if I'm not mistaken. But this is a very cool map to show you how the influence of the U.S. happens, across the board when it comes to allowing people to do, to allow countries in terms of to transact with other countries and such. So to have that power also, that centralization thing happens even on an international level, because everyone needs to transact with the U.S. in a way through the USD. So we have a great idea here that you probably remember from from the old days. We have the idea of torrents. So if you want to get files, you'll probably get torrents through the peer-to-peer system. Yeah, you can download files, you can download music, movies, be it legal or not legal. But the medium is there. The peer-to-peer model allows you to go ahead and get data through a different fashion. So it's not like you have to connect to a centralized server to download a page. It's not like you have to go to google.com and download a page. With the torrent mindset, everyone is a server and everyone also is a client, which means if you need something and you don't find it within, let's say users, if you don't find it within the machine number one, you can also talk to machine number two, and you will have a great chance of finding the file there or the data that you want. So this is the good old peer-to-peer system, which has been working for a very long time, and it's a great system. We love it, and everyone loves it. And so the peer-to-peer system also has pros and cons as well. So with torrent, for example, with the BitTorrent system, or torrent to be more accurate, you normally have what we call a tracker. And the name tells you exactly what it's doing. It's tracking everyone, the participants of the system. So when you're trying to download a file, that system is going to just take you and tell you that, hey, I have all of these people, lining up here, and you can talk to them if you want to download a file. So it's not so decentralized, to the full extent, but it does a great job of making things, less centralized, let's say. Now, the holy grail is to keep everyone in a decentralized system, which means there's no dependency on a middleman. And this is the thing that, blockchain really excels in, and we're going to talk about it. So if you think about it as a principle, decentralization is all about controlling the system and giving it's all about controlling the system by the people. I mean, it's like you don't have a middleman, you don't have a single entity controlling the whole system on its own. You want to distribute power, and you want to have that power to everyone else in the system. So this is the idea behind decentralization. Let's get into Bitcoin so we can see things in action and understand how we can really apply and how everything got really applied within the space. Okay, so first things first. Now, Bitcoin is a decentralized cryptocurrency. And that can mean a lot of things, right? Well, let me break it down bit by bit. It somehow uses a lot of the fundamentals within peer-to-peer, and it does that to do basically a transaction medium in it to allow people to transact in a financial system. But the idea is you don't go through a middleman, and this is really the key takeaway here, which means if you want to send money from one place to another, you don't have to go through a lot of people in order to send the money. Not one person is going to take your money when you send it. You can do what we call a peer-to-peer transaction. Peer-to-peer transacting. So if I want to send to Muhammad, I can send to Muhammad directly the money without going through chains or middlemen, which is the great thing about it. Now, what's so cool about Bitcoin is that the decentralization that is happening under Bitcoin is using a lot of the cryptography principles out there. And it does that really, really well. And it's fair to say that this is not the first attempt to create a decentralized currency. There were a lot of things before Bitcoin. But Bitcoin really stood out because it has a lot of great features, and we're going to get to that in a second. So just remember, it's a decentralized cryptocurrency. It leverages a lot from the peer-to-peer transacting schemes, and it is completely dependent on cryptography, in order to do that sort of thing and for it to function. Now, a bit of history. So it got started around 2009. What is so funny, it got started as, basically as the aftermath or whatever happened in 2008, the financial crisis that we talked about. And that was really crucial because a lot of people lost faith in the financial system. And so Satoshi Nakamoto, which is a pseudonym basically, so it's not a real name for somebody that we still don't know, created that project back at that time and tried to make it as an alternative for the financial system, the modern one. And the key takeaways behind the system was, and the key goals, is that he wanted to make it, he or she or they, I don't know really honestly, but they wanted to make a system that is completely decentralized, free of middlemen, no middlemen whatsoever, and all the source code should be open source, which means you can also scrutinize the code base if you think that something is fishy. Now, this is really interesting because if you go to banks, and I can tell you from experience, sometimes the IT folks don't really know what they're doing, most of the time, at least in my experience. That means they can really screw up some of the systems that they have, and they can fix it on their own without telling you. So you, as a user, you wouldn't really have much details. You're not going to have much details when it comes to understanding if there's a fault in the system, or if there's something worth fixing. You can't really tell because they keep the code, they keep the systems and everything. Now, with Bitcoin, the dynamics really change because the code is open source, and that is not only for the implementation itself, but even for the protocols, for the agreements, everything is actually open source. So it's a much more democratized, let's say, environment for people to, establish a system. And it was the first currency to solve the double spending problem, which essentially means if you want to send something, okay, let's take it from this angle. If you have something physical like a phone and you give it to somebody else, because of the physical world, the second you hand it over to the other person, it goes away from your hand. So you no longer have access to that physical asset. Now, how can you exactly take that principle and do it in blockchain? And sorry, how can you exactly do it in the digital world? Especially the digital world is like in the digital world, everything is a copy. You send something, you have a copy. You download something, you get a copy. So to have that sort of ownership feel for digital assets, the Bitcoin project really managed to do that sort of fix for the double spending problem, basically. But we can go into greater details down the line. Now, in case you did not know, the Bitcoin code is actually hosted on GitHub, and there it is. And it is so cool. It's actually based on C++. It is so easy to read the code if you have solid principles spanning cryptography and building, let's say, systems that are architected in multiple layers. But it's something that you can probably read within 6 or 7 days. Big parts of the Bitcoin source code, which is really wonderful. Now, with Bitcoin, we have this concept of Bitcoin improvement proposals. And the idea is every time you want to do something within the Bitcoin system, you first propose it, and then people, as we said, collaboratively think about this addition. Is it good? Is it bad? And this is the essence of the open source philosophy, just like with the Linux system, basically. If you have a great thing, we add it, we discuss it before we add it. And the same thing happens within Bitcoin. So even this financial system that we have in here is much more democratized, when we're talking against other systems like the financial system, the modern financial system. Yeah. And these BIPs are actually hosted as well on the Bitcoin, GitHub there, and you can see them. And every one of those items is actually severely documented. So you can see the purpose and what people have done, how they're doing it from a technical perspective. So when all these things are managed, you go ahead and you implement it in the system. So it's a much more organized exercise, to democratize the financial system in a way. Now with Bitcoin, you might ask yourself, this is really weird. How can we really do a system? How can we build a system that can allow us to send money across the world to every participant in the system without having a middleman? How can that really happen? It's difficult because normally we would need a centralized ledger, just like with banks, where people can organize and send money to the bank, and then the bank itself is going to coordinate across the world, with other participants, because the ledger is the golden source for basically the truth. Yeah. But the answer to that is, how about if we all share the ledger? And this is the essence of Bitcoin. Now, when you download Bitcoin, there are multiple versions depending on your goals. But if you download what we call Bitcoin Core, or the standard edition of Bitcoin, which downloads a lot of data, and you probably remember that if you hear people saying we're running a node in Bitcoin, we're running a Bitcoin Core node, what they're saying essentially is that they downloaded the Bitcoin client itself, and Bitcoin, for it to sync across the world, it has to download the full ledger, ledger that contains all the transactions that have happened in the Bitcoin space from the beginning of time, from the time that Bitcoin started, got incepted, all the way to now. And this is what we call the blockchain, the ledger of the blockchain. And this is becoming bigger, with time. And I remember when it was 300 gigabytes worth of data, and it's growing so large. So the idea is you want to keep as less as possible, the minimum amount of data on the blockchain, because it makes, people getting on board is a very difficult exercise. It becomes extremely difficult to get people on board to download the Bitcoin node core, because you have to sync with the other systems to stay online. But essentially is you're going to have the full ledger at your hands. You can verify the transactions on your own. You as a user, you can do all of that work on your own without depending on other players in the system, which is really, really great. So this is the idea behind Bitcoin, is that you copy the full ledger to yourself and you do not trust anybody else. Then you do the bulk of the validation and the verification on your own. And so the question is, okay, how do we get into the Bitcoin network? How do we start getting Bitcoin, this curse that you're talking about? Who are the main participants in the system? And in general, you have users, just like what I said in the beginning. Okay, if you want to participate and run Bitcoin and make it much more, let's say, resilient, you can download the full Bitcoin node core. But however, if you're a regular user, you might not need to go for the full thing, you can just download a mobile app, and the mobile app is a very small version. It does the verification with multiple parties, but it doesn't have a ledger. So when you download the mobile app, you're not really downloading 400 gigabytes worth of data in order to do that work. Yeah. And also, you're going to keep your money in what we call wallets. So wallets is a great change from the idea of basically accounts or bank accounts. We're going to see the differences in a second also. And you also have the idea of exchanges. Now, if you want to travel, you have this idea of exchanges. You go there, you give them your fiat currency, you give them your USD, and you tell them, I need to have, for example, Bahraini dinar, in order to transact in Bahrain if I go into the economy of Bahrain. So anyway, it's like the gateway to another economy, the idea of exchanges. And this also happens to be a reality even on the Bitcoin environment and the Bitcoin system. You have exchanges, specific website that you can buy, Bitcoins with, and they can send you the money on your wallets, depending on how much money you send, and they can take a small portion of it. But we also have a crucial aspect that not a lot of people understand that goes by the title of mining or miners. So with miners, you can, and I heard a lot of rumors, but the misconception that I hear all the time is that you can make money free of charge with mining. And that is not really true. And we're going to see that also in this session today. But I just want to point out that these are the most crucial, elements of a Bitcoin system, basically. Now, a good example of some of the biggest, cryptocurrency exchanges, you've got Coinbase, and you've got people like Binance, and they don't need any introduction, to be quite honest, because they're pretty popular and everyone knows them. In the Middle East, however, we have Rain, which is a cryptocurrency exchange in Bahrain. They're really based in Bahrain, but they're originally a Saudi company. And we're going to get also to the government aspects, but just remember, it's so funny that a Saudi company started in Bahrain. There must be something out there that did not really allow them to function in Saudi. We're going to get to that. But just remember that we have global exchanges and we also have regional exchanges. Now, the idea behind Bitcoin is the following. If you go to a bank and you tell them, I want to open an account, they will normally ask you to get a lot of information. They will ask to get them a lot of information about yourself, your work history, your physical address, everything about yourself, about your identity, in order for them to tell that, okay, this person is legit. We can allow them to create an account and allow them to transact with this financial system that we created. However, with Bitcoin, there's no concept of account. There's this concept of wallet. And what's so funny about the wallet, because it uses a cryptography, it uses the power of cryptography and the stochastic field. You can basically even create wallets without having a live internet connection. And this can sometimes really screw up people's minds, because how can I create a wallet, something that is shared with a lot of people, but without having an internet connection? And that goes all the way back to the crypto aspect of it, the cryptography aspect, and we're going to get to that. Yeah, but with Bitcoin, you don't have to go and have a physical address. Your identity as a whole doesn't have to be, doesn't have to go hand in hand with your wallet. And that can be good and bad if you think about it, to be quite honest. You see, if you do something wrong and you have a bank account, it's so easy for the government to track you down and understand that, okay, these are the activities of that person X, and this is the bank account where the money, where the money stays. Okay, and that bank account belongs to that person. And this is more of a recursive thing, so you can follow it all the way, to the right source. But with Bitcoin, it is much more difficult to do that, because when you create a wallet, you don't have to supply your name, your address, and all of that, and it becomes difficult for people to appreciate it, to understand who you are. This is why you get to hear a lot of bad stuff happening on the Bitcoin. Like when cybersecurity issues happen, ransomware breaking into companies and such, normally those hackers try to get money in terms of Bitcoin because it's much more difficult to track. We're not saying it's 100% impossible to track. It is difficult to track. It's just that. And the funny thing about Bitcoin is that when Satoshi Nakamoto started, he made the money, the money in circulation, the Bitcoins basically out there, he made them finite, which means this is different from what we have in the financial system. You see, in the financial system, a government body like the central bank has the power to, push more money into the ecosystem or revoke more money from the ecosystem, depending on the situation. So if you want to allow people to transact, you want them to really do, let's say, more work with their money, you normally want to inject more money into the economy so people can start, making good utility of their money. Otherwise, it's going to be, the inflation is just going to kill it, and they're not going to do a great deal. Yeah. And at the same time, when there's a lot of money around, sometimes the government or the regulator in this case would take the money out of the economy to make it more scarce for people to transact, to keep things under control. And this has a lot of, correlation with the idea of employment, and, regulatory work is not so easy, to be quite honest. Now, one thing a lot of people don't understand about Bitcoin is that you own your keys, which means when you create your wallet, you create an encryption key. So there's this concept of private and public keys. You probably heard about them in the earlier sessions about, for cybersecurity. But the idea is you manage your credentials, you manage your own keys. Those funds are gone forever when you lose your keys. So if you have a wallet and that wallet is stored as a file on your machine or as a physical token, if something bad happens to that token, be it a file or hardware equipment, your money is going to be inaccessible to you. You can't just go to a bank and you tell them, please print me another token. This doesn't happen. This is one of the really bad things that are happening within the space. But again, you pay the price for your sovereignty. You pay the price for having the ultimate power over your wallets, over your money. Nobody's going to have the power to freeze your account, to take your money basically under the, under government rules. And also stealing becomes very targeted. And now this is funny personally for me because a lot of people talk about Bitcoin as if it is not really that secure, when in reality, Bitcoin is extremely secure. But the way people transact on Bitcoin is, what's giving a lot of bad rap to Bitcoin. For example, if you have your home keys and you take your keys and you put them outside of your house, and then you go outside and you come back and your house is completely, empty and there's nothing left in it, would you blame the system or would you blame your stupidity for doing so? It's very obvious that you're going to blame yourself because you did not manage the keys well. And this is what happened with Bitcoin across the time. When you buy Bitcoin, and some of those services allow you to, manage your wallet on their services, on their cloud services, you're basically giving them the power to manage your keys, on your behalf. And this is not always good. So there are other services where you can, for example, manage the keys on your own, and they can just send it to your wallet. So they don't have an integrated wallet within their service. So stealing is just a matter of how you use the system. It's not the system is not really that faulty. It's just how people use it, to be quite honest. And one other thing in Bitcoin, there's this concept of interest, but you can never compare it to the idea of interest. But interest, is it really good enough? We're going to see in a second. So in general, Bitcoin allows you to do anonymous transactions, which is sometimes really beautiful because if you want to send money across the world to other countries, you don't have to wear your group identity hat, and you don't have to belong to a specific, country in order to send the money. Imagine you have other family members in other, countries, and it could be that one of those countries is a sanctioned country. So how would you go about sending them money? Now with Bitcoin, this happens because it's not regulated, and you can do it in an anonymous field. Now the non-regulated aspect can go a long while. Some countries figured out that sending money through Bitcoin might not be the best choice for their economy because sometimes people will just rely on Bitcoin instead of transacting within, within the economy itself and using their fiat currency of the country, like, the native currency of the country. And so many of the countries out there block the idea of Bitcoin. They said, you know what, it's not regulated. You're not allowed to transact with it. Some countries, they don't really care about it that much. So they said, you know what, transact however you want. We don't really care. In some countries, right in the middle, they figured out that they can strike a balance somehow of saying, you know what, we're not going to regulate it, but we're going to give you like warnings of, okay, so try not to do some shady stuff with it. Otherwise, it can bite you in the back. In some other countries, just like in Bahrain, they try to regulate portions of it because they do acknowledge that they can never say no to Bitcoin. because the nature of the decentralization in Bitcoin doesn't allow them to block it 100%, but nonetheless, they want to have, you know, an official mediums, an official means for other people to get into the system and transact whenever they want. Yeah. And all in all, Bitcoin transactions are very slow because of the nature of the system, where you have to send, you know, basically this details across the network. Everyone else has to sync with the network. When you have like hundreds and thousands of nodes out there that are powering this Bitcoin environment, they all need to keep their ledgers updated, and this process takes a lot of time. This is why when you send money across Bitcoin, it's very okay for the system and people to wait for 30 minutes or more, you know, depending on how much you pay, to get this transaction verified, you know, in the ledger of so many people out there. So it's slower than traditional mediums. And this is one of the really big points that a lot of people in the financial system, you know, are happy about. When they say Visa, for example, you know, as a payment processor, can process 5,000 transactions per second, where you have on Bitcoin, you can verify 5 or 6 per second, which is not much, to be quite honest. So a bit of, you know, comparison here. So the address below is what we call the IBAN address. And this is what you require when you want to send money across the world. So even from this IBAN address, you can really tell a lot of stuff. For example, you can tell the country of the account, the IBAN address, this is the bank address here, bank account address, has the country, it has the bank you're sending to, it has the account itself, and so many details that you can basically, you know, deduct from the IBAN address itself. Now, when you go to the Bitcoin address, because we're using a mixture of, you know, crypto stuff happening in here, nobody can really tell who owns this address, who owns it, the country, you know, that this account resides in. You can't really tell that much. So the Bitcoin address is made in a way to somehow, if you ever studied cybersecurity, you will probably understand this concept of PKI or PKC, which is public key cryptography. Now, I don't want to really explain it that well, but just remember, you've got a regular, so we have what we call symmetric key encryption, where you have you have a password used for both encryption of data and the decryption of data. But we have another scheme that we call PKI, public key infrastructure, where you have two distinct different keys, one for encryption and one for decryption. And there's a lot of use cases that we can build on top of this principle of PKI or PKC. And that principle is being used to a great extent within Bitcoin. And also the idea behind hashing. You remember the idea of hashing, or taking signatures of data. Those two things, the integrity using hashing, or the digest basically, and, you know, public key infrastructure, are the core elements that allow us to go ahead and really make sure that we transact safely on the Bitcoin environments. So this is a sample transaction normally. Imagine I want to say, Amin is sending Ali one Bitcoin. This is an example transaction. Yeah. And so with the use case of public key or cryptography, the idea is the following. When you create a wallet, you basically create a key pair. So you have a private key and a public key. And I'm trying to make it very easy here, very simple, but it can go, you know, to a great length if you wanted to, honestly. It's not as easy as I'm explaining it in here, but this is the, you know, the general idea. So when you create a wallet, you have two things. You have a public key and a private key. And there is, you know, the public key is almost like your target address for your, you know, wallet, basically, when you want to send money to somebody else, or when you want to receive money in this case. Your private key is what you use in order to access those funds. So when you want to send money, your private key is being used in order to sign messages or transactions going to the rest of the people out there to verify to them that, hey, I am Amin and I'm sending the message because I can sign it with my private address, with my private key, sorry. So this PKI is used in that fashion. And every time you want to use a digital signature of some sort, you have to rely on the idea of digest or hashing algorithms. And remember, with hashing algorithms, the big aspect is you can never reverse those hash results. So if I take, let's say, a transaction and I get a signature of it, there's no way in hell that I can reverse it. I can try to brute force it, just like what happens in the real world, but you can never reverse it. It's not an easy basically process. And those two key elements are extensively being used in the crypto world, especially in Bitcoin under the hood. One great thing about Bitcoin is that it can even create crazy practical use cases. So a lot of people think that, when you send money, it's just a matter of giving people a target address, sending it, and that's it. No, you can actually build very complicated use cases. A good example is this escrow agreement. So imagine you have multiple people, imagine you have a company, and you want multiple people to be, the signatories, basically, the proxies that can sign a transaction for the money to be transferred somewhere else. This sort of use case can also happen within the Bitcoin environment. You can allow people to have multiple keys and they all have to sign it at the same time, to basically sign this in transaction for the transaction to happen in the first place. So it's not only one person controlling the funds. You can have multiple transactions, multiple people or parties, controlling how the funds are being transferred. And this is really a great deal. And this happens because within Bitcoin, there's a language that we call script, and it's a scripting language within Bitcoin itself that does all of this magic work, in order to verify the signatories, the proxies, and everything else. So there's a lot that happens under the hood. It's not just sending money and that's it. Every time you send money, and when people verify it, they have to execute a program or script embedded within the transaction itself to verify if you can meet, those standards in order for the money to go through. Okay, so this is a very important aspect that I want to dig deep into so you understand and appreciate the power of mining, how mining works, and why it is exactly important for the whole process. So imagine I want to send money. Amin wants to send money to Better, and your transaction is basically the following. Amin is sending Better 1 Bitcoin. This is the transaction. So you will normally have a signature that you will embed with that transaction. Now the signature comes in because when I send the money, I have the private key and I have the public key, right? Just like how we simplified it early on. So Amin, in this case myself, I will verify my signature. I will verify the transaction by putting my signature below, which is a calculation of my private key, which is a digital signature essentially. Now what happens across the board is that when you and other people would normally send a lot of transactions. So it's not only you in the Bitcoin environment. A lot of people are sending money as well. So we have this concept of blocks. We have people that are trying to make money from the Bitcoin system, yeah? And people are called miners. What they essentially do is they listen for transactions coming into them, and then they have these blocks. Think about blocks as if they were folders. You save a lot of transactions inside, and then when that block that has a specific size in megabytes, when it gets to that target size, you can treat it as a full block, meaning you can go ahead and you can start doing a lot of stuff going forward. So just think about it as a folder where you keep a volume of transactions so you can do a validation going forward. So what happens is, the miners, the people who are supposedly making money, what they're essentially doing is, because they have a big folder, a big block that has a lot of transactions, their job is to go through that block and to verify every single transaction. Now you might ask yourself, how can that really happen? Remember when we said every Bitcoin node has the full ledger? It means it has the full access to all the accounts. It can see how much you got in your wallet, how much you own, other people. You can basically see the full breakdown of the transaction. So you can calculate everything on your own. You don't need to delegate that trust to somebody else. And so when somebody says, I want to send, for example, 100 Bitcoin from my account to somebody else, you can really check on your own if that person owns 100 Bitcoins in the first place. You can do that validation without asking anybody else. It's a decentralized operation. This is the beauty of it. So there's a lot of verifications that happens under the hood to make sure that this works. And so miners come in and they do this because it's not just they're doing it for fun. They do it because they're going to monetize. And let me explain to you how that happens. The Bitcoin system was written in a way that every time you verify a block and you consider it as the winning block that has multiple transactions, so all of these transactions are going to be settled, but when you verify that block, you're going to have what we call a reward. Now, this reward is called Coinbase, just like the name of the exchange. But Coinbase, the name Coinbase means you have a reward that you can use, which is basically an amount of Bitcoin that you can, get basically for yourself if you verify it before the other miners. This is why a lot of miners are fighting through hell, in order to, as fast as possible, verify those transactions and those blocks. So the essence of the verifications happen not only by making sure that every transaction can hold and you have sufficient funds to do the transaction as such. There's a ground rule list basically that you have to go through in order to make sure that this block can really be verified. But the notable thing inside, the thing that is extremely popular, is what we call the nonce. So each block has a specific element. So imagine I'm trying to verify the second block, and every Bitcoin network, every Bitcoin node agree that this is settled, that this is confirmed. When you move to the second one and everyone is trying to race to verify this block, one thing from the older block comes in and it becomes part of this verification. And this is actually the hash of the block behind. So the idea is, without getting into the technicalities of it here, if you feel that this is too much, is that there's a sort of dependency between the blocks themselves. You can never verify the second block without making sure that the first block is verified. And this builds a dependency graph or a chain, hence the idea of blockchain, in order to make sure that these transactions are verified. So the idea is you have a specific number that you're trying to guess. So believe it or not, this is actually a brute force problem, which makes it much more difficult to solve. This is why people in this blockchain space, or specifically the Bitcoin space, they need a lot of computational power, because they're essentially just trying to brute force as much as possible in order to get to that specific secretive number that we call the nonce. And when you find it, it's so easy for you to verify it with other people, because you just hash it when you want to verify it, but you can never, figure out that number on your own. It's not a formula. You have to do, basically the work of brute force. And the problem is this nonce changes across time. So it can have a bigger range, it can have a smaller range, depending on the people who are participating in this mining exercise. So the difficulty, as we'd like to call it, changes dynamically as part of the system. And so when you have a bigger range, imagine I tell you I want you to find a number between 1 and 1 billion, for example. How many times are you going to take before you get to that number? There's a huge chance that you're going to try to break brute force until you get to that number, especially if I don't give you any things or any hints to start with. And this is the essence of mining. A bunch of people trying to figure out as much as possible and as fast as possible to get to that specific secret number, random number, in order to claim their reward. And so when you get to that number, as we said, it's extremely easy to take that number and send it to the other miners so they can all agree that, yes, you actually won, and you figured out the right secret number for that specific block, hence you verified it. And so you earned, you get to earn that block, that Coinbase reward, that gets you the money, basically. So this is the essence of the idea behind mining. Now, what's funny is, back in the day when Bitcoin was a small network, maybe that was a feasible choice where you can go in all in on your own and try to figure out and do that brute force on your own or to figure out the number. The problem is now, because we have so many participants in contenders in the Bitcoin ecosystem, it is very difficult to win, especially if you have a lousy laptop like myself. It's very difficult for you to win if you can't do that brute force very, very fast, especially if the range is really huge, where you have to find that secret number in order to claim the reward. And so we have this idea of pools, where you have a group of people working as a group, and the amount of computation that they dedicate to this network, gives them the money that they earn. So this is what we call hashing power. So imagine you come in with a small laptop, you join in a pool on the Bitcoin ecosystem, and you try to help them with the brute force. When somebody figures out the number, like part of your pool, they're going to share that prize or that reward in a fair way, depending on how much you contributed to that calculation, to that specific search. So this is why pool is a great way to make money if you have lousy hardware. Yeah, And this is something that is now extremely imperative if you want to make money. You can't just compete on your own, especially that Bitcoin has become so big lately that there's a lot of people trying to fight their way and make money through mining. And now this really brings a very cool trivia. This is now this is why you probably know why a lot of people got crazy about owning graphics cards for games, even though they're not doing any games, they're not playing games, they're just getting them because with things like CUDA, with basically that sort of framework and a platform, you can now execute specific computation on the graphics card without utilizing the CPU. So dedicating that computation, that computational work that we have to do on the CPU can now be done on the GPU. So there was a lot of work happening in the mining space that targets, NVIDIA's cards basically to do that thing. And then what has happened is that people figured out, we can now probably start investing in specific specialized hardware, in order to just do mining. And this is where ASICs come in. The idea behind ASIC, which is application-specific integrated circuits, come into the picture because now people have different tools, different hardware devices that are solely focused on mining on own. So this piece here that you find has only one purpose, which is to try to help out people in order to figure out the, basically the secret number. And this is why a lot of people have huge places, of just ASICs lying down, trying to figure out the right number to make money. Now, just like what we said, if you remember, we have blocks and they have transactions. Now, it turned out that the first block in the Bitcoin network is called the Genesis block, and this is the root of truth. So when you download your Bitcoin node, when you download it the first time, you actually have the Bitcoin block number 0 embedded in within the source code, and it's actually on GitHub if you want to see it. It's part of the code itself, which means you can now verify every single block that comes in on your own without, trusting somebody else, because you have everything within the code itself from the beginning. Yeah? Okay. Let me just check. Do you guys want to have a break or do you want to continue? If you like the pace, we can continue. I think we're going to finish in less than half an hour. But if you guys want to have a break, just let me know in the comments just to make sure that we're good. Just let me know in the comments so we know if you guys want to continue or, keep the momentum here and finish on time. I'm very fine actually with the idea of having a break for 2 minutes. Okay, cool. Let's take a break. Let's get back in 2 minutes. Okay? See you in 2 minutes.
Okay, after 2 minutes, see you again. Thank you very much.
Oğlum dur.
Yok. Alalım.
Şimdi sorabiliriz. Ha tamam o zaman.
Hey, hello again. So, I mean, it was amazing, and you have covered from scratch this technology. It was amazing. And,
Exactly, yeah. Like
your energy is great. And at that time, if you have any questions, maybe we can take some questions and show the questions on the screen. And after that, by the way, how many times do we have? 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, we have 30 minutes to go. I think we can cover the whole thing. Maybe in 15 minutes we'll finish, and we'll have 15 minutes for questions. If you guys want to keep it 10 minutes, it's up to you.
All right. Then meanwhile, let me also mention that, guys, the first form has been actually sent to the link in the chat. So make sure to finish that. And after that, we're going to be sending the second form link in a bit. So just make sure that don't miss the forms. And see you then in 15 minutes, then I guess, about at the Q&A session.
Okay, cool. So let me just continue then and keep it.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. Okay, cool. Yeah. So this is basically Genesis of block, just like what we talked. The first specific block within the code, it's hard-coded in the code, so you can never go wrong. You can always validate it if there's something is fishy. And this builds all the way to getting all the blocks happening and coming forward in the chain, and you can verify everything on your own if you have the full chain, the full ledger on your own. Okay, cool. So this is why we call it the blockchain, basically, because it is a chain of blocks. Every block has a dependency that comes from the block before it, hence we have multiple blocks. Now, what's so funny, if you go to a website like blockchain.info, and if you look into it, you can actually see all the blocks from the minute Bitcoin started all the way to now. You can do that, actually. And you can see every transaction that belongs to every block. So it's an open system. You can look into it. You can go through it. You don't have to wait for somebody else to tell you and just get you that speculation that this is true. And you just do that on and on and on and on. Every time you verify a block, you go ahead and you try, because this is basically a race. Everyone wants to make money, as much as possible, as soon as possible. So this is why it's keeping the system fair. Okay. It's fair to say that the longer your chain is, the better it is, because this shows you that a lot of people have done computational power to verify a specific block. In this case, a block 16, has maturity of, it basically has. So all of these blocks that superseded. This actually proves that P16 comes in as the result of so much work that has been done in the past. So when you have, let's say, discrepancy of some sort, a hacker comes in and they try to lie to the system by saying, this is the right block. And if it tries to, circulate this news, it won't be able to happen, because when you have a lot of people working in this system and they have the ledger from the ground up, they'll be able to build as faster, because it is, you have a better computational power that you can rely on. So, rule of thumb, when you find a longer chain, whenever this happens, by the way, all of this is being handled by the Bitcoin protocol under the hood. Yeah, so you don't need to understand it fully if you're not interested, but just think about that. The longer chain, the longer chain it becomes, the more secure the system is, basically. And so in general, so we can close this mining chapter, remember the mining is an imperative and a rewarding race just to keep the Bitcoin ecosystem secure and fair. When you have everyone trying to fight to make sure that they monetize it from the system, it becomes much more difficult for hackers to break into the system. And that's why a lot of people now do a crazy work trying to make money. And you have, basically garages, you have warehouses, dedicated for just mining Bitcoin. And it's making it honestly, much better in terms of, being fair, to be quite honest. Now, many nations find Bitcoin as a, beacon to exist. A beacon. This was actually written wrong, but what I'm trying to say here, the Bitcoin system is a great alternative for a lot of nations that don't have a lot of trust in USD. A good example, what happens in China and Latin America. And Latin America is actually funny, because some of those fiat currencies are so fluctuating. They fluctuate so much that sometimes the Bitcoin currency itself is much more stable than those fiat currencies. So think about that for a second. Yeah. And this computational work that we talked about, by the way, is what we call the proof of work. And the proof of work really shows that you've done your hard work of figuring out, that secret number by doing a lot of computation. Now, a lot of people have different ideas on the computation. Some people are not happy about it because it takes a lot of electricity, which is true. Hence, Bitcoin mining is not free. You're actually spending electricity in return for that cash. So it has to be worthwhile if you want to be, in that space. So, and for example, in the Gulf, electricity is not so expensive compared to other countries. And so it might be profitable for us, maybe until now. These things can change going forward. But the idea is it is very cheap in some places, and in some other places it can be extremely expensive. So the mining aspect wouldn't be really that profitable to begin with. Now, a proof of work is one consensus algorithm, and we call it consensus because everyone has to agree on this algorithm in order to figure out the right number. But there are other consensus algorithms out there. We have proof of stake, and we have some other cool stuff out there. And the idea is when you have other consensus algorithms, you're trying to do things differently. So with proof of work, everyone has to do this computational work in order to make sure that they have, the secret number, and then somebody gets the reward. But as you can probably see, this is just too consuming in terms of the power and the time. And so other consensus algorithms are trying to fix it by having different methodologies. So proof of stake, for example, is trying to randomly elect people from the system and give them the final verdict of saying, okay, what is true, what is bad, what is the correct truth, let's say, about the system and the state of the system. A lot of people have their own thoughts on pros and cons and on all of these other consensus algorithms. However, until now, a proof of work stands to be the best and the most, let's say, stable on proof, like the most, let's say, okay, let me just figure out the right word for it. The most reliable consensus algorithm ever. This is why everyone just talks about Bitcoin as, that, rigid system that doesn't allow anybody to play, around. The difficulty, as we said, changes. So when you have other people joining in, when the power changes, automatically the Bitcoin system changes its difficulty to keep the whole thing fair. Your hashing power, how much you can dedicate for the computation, defines your chances and your monetization basically of the system. This is why we have ASICs, as we said. Now, speaking of pools, by the way, so there are really big pools out there, and these are some of the biggest pools out there, as you can probably tell. Yeah. So this also brings the question. So when we have pools, does that mean it's even good for us? A lot of people really have different ideas because basically when you have pools now, when a pool becomes so big, just like the BTC.com pool, it might get to that stage when it can just overload the system and it can just basically control the system. And we're going to get to that attack. It's called the 51% attack, which means when you have a lot of people controlling the system, they're all under a single pool, they will be able to exert pressure to other people, and it can just you can just say, and you can basically do whatever you want. So there's no purpose, there's no goal behind decentralization if there's one big pool that can control the whole thing. So this is basically one of the ideas that a lot of people are not happy about, but this is where we are right now, and the BTC pool is still not there. It did not still hit the 51%. A few things to understand about Bitcoin. It unlocks new Bitcoin every 10 minutes. You have 21 million Bitcoin, just like what we said. It finishes around 2140, and the reward decreases with time. So it gets half, across every 4 years almost. So there was a time where it was 12.5 Bitcoins, and then we're getting to the 6.25, and it gets halved across the year. So the first Genesis block allowed the person who mined it to get 50 Bitcoins in the beginning. So this sort of notion shows you that there's a specific time where this thing is going to just finish, and it's not going to be monetizing enough for other people to start mining. So the Bitcoin ecosystem has to figure out a place to make money through other mediums. A good thing is maybe they can rely on the idea of interest, and interest actually exists within the Bitcoin system. However, there's a lot of talk about it. Not everyone is on board on the bandwagon thinking that they can do, they can monetize as well with interest. So still a lot of room, think about it. So if you're a miner, the two elements that you need to get to that thing, to get to be a winner, you need to put a lot of effort, put a lot of computational power. Sometimes you cannot afford it. And now you know why people try to hack. A lot of people trying to get access to their machines in order to use them as a computational workhorse to get money. And the second thing is you need to have luck in order to get to that number, to that secret number before everybody else. So there you have it. And because the blockchain is too long and it gets, more transactions are embedded as blocks in the chain, there is no concept of net worth. So you can't tell that this person has this amount in their account, in their wallet. You have to calculate it on your own, because when you have the full ledger, you have the full transactional list. It's just a matter of doing the lump sum for all the, the transactions for a specific person, and then you can really tell how much they have in terms of money in their wallet. So you have to do that sort of calculation, because we're trying to minimize, the amount of data we keep on the blockchain as much as possible. So yeah, just to conclude with the Bitcoin thing here, your keys are going to be your responsibility, nobody else's. When you generate a new wallet, it is your job to keep backups, to make sure that nobody steals your keys. Make sure you put a password on it. Make sure you use a hardware token for it. It is only your responsibility, nobody else. And the 51% attack, just like what I mentioned earlier on, I really urge you guys to read about it, because this is one of the theoretical attacks that can happen on Bitcoin. So we're not there yet, but this can happen. Okay, so this is pretty much it for Bitcoin. Let's talk about Ethereum, and then we just tackle a few things before we call it a day. So Ethereum is a spin-off to this idea behind blockchain, and it actually got out after Bitcoin. Now with Bitcoin, what happens is Bitcoin is a financial application living in on this foundational layer that we call a blockchain. So if you want to have the difference, here it is. Bitcoin is not the same as a blockchain. Bitcoin is only a financial application that really relies on this foundational work that we just depicted here that we call blockchain. The idea behind blocks, telling each other and all. Now Ethereum, which is an open source project, figured out that they can do the same thing, but instead of having it as a financial application, they're going to have it as a single computer, a single global singleton computer that lives in every machine. Yeah. And so you can have let's say, one shared state across all the machines that have Ethereum. This really helps us by building basically a program. And the idea is you can build the programs that run on the blockchain, and these programs were called smart contracts. So the essential idea is you have programs written in a specific language, notably Solidity, which is a language that is very similar to JavaScript, and you can write rules and such, and you can just deploy it on the blockchain. When you deploy it on Ethereum blockchain, nobody has the power to change that specific smart contract. This changes, again, the dynamics of the game. So you don't have people forcing you in changing the content of blockchain going forward. Because remember, the blockchain is immutable. Nobody can change whatever happens on the blockchain. Yeah. So having code that does not change is also very useful in some cases, especially when you want to buy, you want to sell real estate, for example. And this happens all the time. And we have multiple projects in the Middle East that rely on this idea here. Because the funny thing is, computers never lie like humans. Yeah. And so sometimes it's really fair to say that I want to keep my programs on the blockchain instead of keeping them in a server that can be manipulated by other people or humans. So this is just a sample code that I picked up from Ethereum's documentation. And as you can see, the code is very similar to JavaScript. It's not so difficult to read. If you have any experience with C, C++, Java, or JavaScript, you'll be able to read the syntax in a bit. There are a few concepts that you have to get on, like, contract and whatever it is that you have in here, but it's not so difficult to pick it up. And this is the essence of the idea. And so with Ethereum coming on board now, we have so many applications, things spanning the whole field. You know, by now you can actually get your data, keep it encrypted on the blockchain, and you can monetize by sharing some of your data when people pay for it. And this never happened. And the beautiful thing about that, you can really tell for sure that the data on the blockchain is only encrypted using your keys, nobody else's. So technically speaking, nobody can just breaking into a server, get your keys outside. This never happens now. And there are literally tons of applications that rely on this idea. Finance, tons of applications. Bitcoin is the biggest by far. Supply chain management also, which is a pretty big deal. It's a demanding deal, also relies on this idea for manufacturing. Governments now are trying to issue a lot of stuff spanning the blockchain field. Not sure if they really did a great deal in it, but nonetheless, there's a huge governmental effort that tries to maximize the potential of the blockchain. But this, in theory, to be quite honest, goes against their principles, because with governments, you normally want to exert control. With blockchain and decentralization, you want to take that control and give it to power to other people, to the masses out there. So in principle, they don't really go hand in hand. And so this is why I don't see a lot of government applications using blockchain. And so let me just put a few notable mentions before we close. So there's this concept of ICO. If you ever started a business, you know that this concept IPO, initial public offering, is an exercise you do when you open up to the public, so you can start getting capital from people when they buy shares from your company. Now, this exercise takes a lot of time. It's very complicated from a legal perspective and all. And it is complicated for a reason, because you want to make sure that the companies that are opening up to the public are actually legit. Companies like Pluralsight, other companies like Tesla and such. Now, there's another concept called ICO, which stands for initial coin offering. And it's almost the same concept, but the fact is you do that sort of capital gain by allowing people to buy tokens of from your blockchain or your cryptocurrency, basically. So it's a way to allow people to gain share, and you gaining either fiat currency or some other coins in order to raise capital to build a project or pay people. So this is now a new way of getting funding, but it's being regulated as we speak. The SEC in the US, the Securities and Exchange Committee, if I'm not mistaken, is exerting a lot of pressure in order to regulate those stuff, because it allows people to do crazy stuff. And you probably heard about some really bad stories happening in the Bitcoin environment, in the cryptocurrency environment, ecosystems where people say this is the next crypto, everyone goes crazy, they buy, and then people vanish and you're left basically dust. Namecoin is a project that tries to decentralize the idea behind DNS. Breaking news, in case you did not know, the domain name system is not really that decentralized. After all, there are 13 main servers across the world, and DNS is not so decentralized after all. Just think about that. So Namecoin tries to rely on the idea behind Bitcoin, behind blockchain, to really make it decentralized. Also, there's a cool project that I really like. It's called Blockstack, and it now got renamed to Stacks. And this is a very cool project. I'm not going to do justice now for it, but what I'm trying to say, this Blockstack project allows you to save your data, away from cloud providers like Facebook and those vendors, this big, social networks and big companies, and you can encrypt those data bits of yours, and then because you rely on the blockchain, you can issue keys for services to rely and access your data. So imagine you don't want to have service A to access your data, you can just block them from your place, and you can really tell that this happens because the data does not reside in the vendor side. So a good example with Facebook. Facebook now has all of your data if you use it, and you're just a user for it. But tomorrow, if you delete your account, do you really think these guys are going to delete your account? This is actually prior to the GDPR directives. I don't know if they actually do it now, but nonetheless, having the data at their premises, and in their systems does not mean that you have control over it. With Blockstack, you can actually have that data on your side, and it just encrypts it and decrypts it, using the keys that you issue to these services. So this changes the dynamics of the game. Again, you own the data physically, and you can save it on your machine or on other cloud providers like AWS, Azure, and such, and you can, basically encrypt it and get ephemeral temporary keys to other services to decrypt it and use it. And this is beautiful because this means going forward, we're going to allow people to monetize from their data if they want to, which is beautiful in my humble opinion. There are services like IPFS, Interplanetary File System, Filecoin, really great ideas that are on top of the blockchain, ecosystem. And my favorite by far is when we get to that stage where we can have a decentralized identity. Your identity is decentralized. You don't have to belong to a specific country, have to belong to a specific government to do your work. So with Blockstack, for example, this is my ID, Amin.id, and this shows everyone else in a decentralized format that this is Amin At-Tajer, and you can verify his details because I own the keys to the stuff that you see here. And this is powerful because even though it says core.blockstack.org, you don't really have to rely on Blockstack to run it because this works in a decentralized format, just like in a peer-to-peer fashion, just like what we said. You don't have to go ahead, and rely on the Blockstack website. If it's down, you can go somewhere else and still verify my identity. So just think about the opportunities that can spin, and come up, when we have that sort of thing coming in. So to conclude with this chapter, censorship is going to have a very hard time, and a very rough time keeping up with the blockchain because with blockchain, you don't have a central authority where you manage stuff. It's the state of mind, it's the tools, and those infrastructure bits that are allowing us to do a lot of work, be it computation, financial system, in a decentralized fashion with no control for the middleman. So this is my 2 cents for, basically the notable mentions. Let me conclude my last chapter with investments. It's just a 2-minute talk. I'm not going to take much. But this is the question you've been asking about all day, I'm guessing. So just remember that Bitcoin is a currency. It was not meant to be traded, just like what we see so far, where people just try to hold, they call it HODL. They hold Bitcoin and they wait for it to rise up, and then they sell and they just treat it, as a basically a commodity. It was not meant to be treated that way. It's a currency. So don't think about it in a bad way when you see people going crazy about it. This is their perception of it. This is the way they use it. But when you go inside the Bitcoin ecosystem, it was meant to be, it was meant to transact with it was meant for you to transact with other parties and Bitcoin. But because it fluctuates so much, people are using it to make monetization gains, basically. And in case you wanted to get to it, it's a game of supply and demand. When people go crazy on it, the price is going to go up. When people ditch it, it's going to go down. And this is very, heavily dependent on the news, basically. And so when you hear bubble, think about the technology, think about it, like what it tries to achieve. Don't care about the investment that much if you're not really an investment guru, if you don't care about it, because the tech can really open up a lot of doors for us. And then again, it's a big game. It's a calculated guess if you want to do the investment. You just calculated if you want to go. But my last advice to you guys, if you ever wanted to invest, don't put all of your eggs in one basket. If something breaks, you're going to be done for the day. Yeah? So I'm sure you guys have a lot of people interested in investment. My last takeaway here with Bitcoin and blockchain, Bitcoin is not just a currency. It's a true and a practical shift in the way we apply decentralized trust, where systems can just trust themselves and trust each other without having a middleman in between. So when you hear Bitcoin has a lot of issues and such, don't really mind it that much because it is the #1 proof of concept that paved the way for all of us to create cool projects that decentralizes, trust for all of us. The future, in my opinion, is going to be beautiful and better. I hope you really enjoyed my session. If you're interested in reading about Bitcoin more, I really advise you to read about the technicality behind Bitcoin and mastering Bitcoin. This is a great book by Andreas Antonopoulos. It's really a wonderful book. This guy is a god when it comes to blockchain. He can explain it really, really well from a technology and a technical perspective as well. You can think about it. This is a very generic book also, which is good. My favorite also by Andreas Antonopoulos is The Internet of Money, when he talks about the practical use cases to great extent, to great length. And then, you can really see where this can go. It's not just money. It's just basically the new infrastructure of the internet. It's just like for us, the new push of the internet. It just takes it to a great deal. If you're interested in seeing my other talks, especially on Google, you can check out Amin Tajer on YouTube. There's a lot of stuff on reverse engineering, open banking, and such. Last but not least, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm going to open for questions, but you can always reach me out through those mediums. Thank you so much for listening to me and hearing what I have to say today.
And with one word, literally wow. Like that energy since the beginning, like
Thanks, man.
insane, seriously. Like
Thanks. Appreciate it.
So-
Personally, I have two questions
Go for it.
about this technology. I want to talk about the exchange companies. You have covered these exchange companies like Coinbase and Binance very fastly. And I'll be asking about these companies and connect this topic to regulations.
Yes, please.
Is there any way to take an advantage of knowing any instructions before anyone else? Of course, by these exchange companies, like they can be able to know the instructions, the transactions before everyone else. So they are they using this advantage for anything?
like abusing?
When you say transactions, you mean do they have different source for knowing which transactions are going to happen?
I mean just that I'm investing any cryptocurrency,
Okay.
and they get these instructions. So Berkay is investing Bitcoin or Ethereum, like, and they know these instructions before everyone else.
Yeah, gotcha. So this can, give them the advantage of being the middleman again, because you're in the middle and a lot of people transact. You have that data. You can see that there's a huge amount of, demand being done to a specific cryptocurrency, for example. And if you have, let's say, machine learning, if you really want to go crazy with it, if you have proper prediction models, you can really tell that, okay, this is going to boom in the next, let's say, 1 month or so. So you can get more reserve from that specific fund. A good example now, maybe Bitcoin is too late for Bitcoin now because everyone knows about it. But for small cryptocurrencies out there with machine learning, maybe you can tell, I can see a pattern in the way people are, buying specific things, especially, again, when you are integrated with machine learning. And you say, you know what, let me buy a lot so I can have that advantage going forward. Now, maybe it's not an exchange, but another trivia for your story is a cryptocurrency, supposedly cryptocurrency called Ripple, if you heard about Ripple before. Now, Ripple is not really a decentralized currency. It's actually centralized, but sugar-coated as a decentralized way. And it's made its way through government to central banks because, it wants to be there. And with Ripple Labs, the company that created Ripple, they actually have a lot of XRP stored, under their hood, not being out there. So they have this not fair advantage, let's say. So when things break down, things go crazy, they have already a huge funds in circulation that they can rely and have an advantage. The guy who actually made Ripple is now a billionaire because of that. Yeah. So maybe in that angle, yes.
And my second question is about the regulations, but there was happened a biggest fraud in Turkey about cryptocurrencies, like maybe whether you heard or not, TODEX.
Yes.
And the Turkish governments has prevented to exchange by cryptocurrencies any exchange by crypto assets.
Yes.
So what do you think about these prevention, and is it enough, or what they should do?
Okay, so this is the hard truth, to be quite honest. A lot of people believe that when you block an exchange, you kill the Bitcoin ecosystem. It doesn't work that way. It's just like peer-to-peer. If you take down a specific tracker that has multiple files in BitTorrent, it's just you finding another tracker. Yes? Finding other peers that can supply you with the data is the same concept. So with Bitcoin, you don't have to transact over the network to begin with. You don't have to do it over the internet. You can give somebody over the phone, for example, your public key, or in this case, your address, and you can do it and you can sync somewhere else if you want to. So in general, governments and this is the hard truth, and they take it with a grain of salt. They can't block it. They know that, but they try to block it from the masses out there. For the generic people interested in investments and such. But if you want to go crazy, you can transact under the hood. You can do it in black markets. There's no stopping for that. And this is why governments figured out that they can maybe regulate it to a great extent, like the CBB, the Central Bank of Bahrain, to showcase to people and businesses that here we are very progressive when it comes to technology and such. We're not going to block you, but when it's so bad, we're going to block it. And so with what happened in Turkey, for example, this is a very traditional case, in my opinion. Because when people do it in exchanges, somehow when the exchange owns your keys for basically your wallet, you're giving basically your full your full trust to them to manage it. And the exchange itself has what they call a hot wallet where they do their cash basically and funds and everything. But because you have everything in their hands, there's nothing stopping them from shutting down the whole machine, taking everything, and there is nothing connecting them to the wallets later on. They can spend the money and nobody would know. And with projects like Monero, you can actually spend the money and make it much more difficult for people to track your cash. And so my suggestion, if people are interested, do not have, let's say, wallets embedded within those exchanges. Have them on your machine, manage them in your token, let them send the cash instantaneously, and that's it. Don't allow them to control it.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Okay, SHA-256 produced 64 characters every time. Do you think it's possible to compress large data? It's possible to compress large files. This is actually, so SHA-256 is not a compression algorithm. It's a hashing algorithm, which means you get a signature of the data that you push in. In SHA-256 is being used, if I'm not mistaken, SHA-50. So the more you have bits, the better it is, but the more time you're going to have to take to do it. Normally, we use it all the time to check a signature of something, and it goes hand in hand with digital signatures in your private key when you want to sign something. But if you look into Bitcoin, we actually do the SHA algorithm twice on certain stuff just to make sure that we don't have other vulnerabilities. But if I understood your question, yes, it can be used in a plethora of ways, but it's not used for compression. It is used to verify the signature of something. So imagine I give you an ISO file, and I tell you this is a version of Linux that I did myself. If I give you the signature in another medium, in an email or something else, you'll be able to verify that, okay, when I downloaded that ISO image, that 4 GB worth of data, it is really coming from Amin. Nobody tampered with it. It's the same concept with Bitcoin. What do you think of smart contracts in terms of security process? I like smart contracts, but it's like a time-ticking bomb. So when you push a contract out there, you have little to no control over it unless you really build it in a way to accept changes going forward. A good example for you guys is a case that happened on Ethereum that goes by the name of DAO. Read about the DAO, D-A-W, D-A-O, which means, I think, distributed autonomous organization, if I'm not mistaken. But there was a bug in a smart contract that they pushed out there, and Ethereum the DAO was acting like a bank. It has a lot of money. It had a lot of money. So somebody abused that smart contract, just like figuring out a vulnerability in the system, just like the earlier session. And they managed to get a lot of cash. Somebody just got a lot of cash. He figured out this. Now the community figured out, okay, so we really screwed up on that program, and we lost a lot of money. How do we go about solving it? Do we revert back? Do we all agree on forking and, basically changing the track of history? It's like going back in time. But this defies the idea of blockchain. It's supposed to be immutable. Nobody has to have power over it. How come the Ethereum folks now, are going to go back and change how history works? But at the same time, so again, just read about the DAO. Very interesting topic. There's a lot of it. I think if Bitcoin or other crypto money did not exist, deep web, dark web was not going to be bigger. Extremely true. Extremely true. What is so funny now, Yunus, exactly, is that a lot of people now, they created business models on top of the dark web combined with that thing. So for example, I'm not sure if you know this, but in ransomware, some people tell you that, if you infect your company, if you work in a big bank and you infect a company, we're going to give you a small margin of the money we make, from the ransomware. So this is, to me, is extremely funny because, there's no honor among thieves, but somehow they have business models in order for people to infect their people and give money. Yeah, so there's a lot to it. I'm not sure if you guys want to hear more, but I completely into it. I love the subject, and I can talk for hours.
I definitely should continue anytime soon. Actually,
sure.
The topic is too big to include in just a few hours, so I don't think that we have to extend the sessions also in the upcoming events.
Sure thing.
All right, I don't actually see any questions, I think, anymore. So then I'd like to actually thank so much. Exact for actually the accepting our invitation.
My pleasure.
Being a part of this event, it's just amazing. Actually, so
yeah,
since the beginning, actually, keeping the energy, keeping the content very the educational at the same time. It's very good, actually. We just love it in the background. We're also in the backstage just watching. Dude, literally amazing.
Thank you, Berkay and Busal, and thank the team for me, please, because you guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you so much for doing this platform, and I have a lot of fun, and I'm going to see you next time for sure.
All right. See you then.
See you guys. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
So then, did we share the second form for blockchain certificate?
It's going to be sent in a bit. So guys, make sure to also submit that form in order to get your attendance in the blockchain sections. So I think it has been sent now, right?
Yeah. So you can fill the form, and we will be giving the certificate of blockchain on Sunday, and we will be sending an email. And after a while, Tofi will be with us for software development lifecycle and hackathons. And before that, we can take a break for 2 minutes. And after that, we'll be inviting Tofi. See you.
All right. See you in 2 minutes.
Hello again, Tofi is with us from Arkis Academy, and good to see you, Tofi, again. How are you?
Tofi's mic is off, I think.
Yeah, and camera is frozen. Tofi, can you hear me? He's coming, right?
It's loading, I think, now.
So Tofi, as I mentioned, Tofi is a CEO of Artis Academy, and Tofi will be mentioning about their blockchain projects after a while, and then he will mention about the endurance, which is going to be done at the end of the May as a hackathon, and after a while, I guess Tofi will connect.
If you want, guys, let's give another short break right here.
Yeah, okay.
Fix the issues. Let's see after the break.
Tofi? Yeah, there is a problem, right?
All right. Unfortunately.
Actually, in the backstage, it seems there is any problem, but when we on the live stream,
some general Murphy's laws.
Yeah. So okay, maybe at that time we can share our WhatsApp group links. Moderators can share, and then maybe Tofi can fix the problem. Yes. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Welcome, Tofi. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm really sorry for the last 2 times.
No problem.
Because I have to use the hotspot here. I just moved a new house and internet is an issue. I hope it won't happen again. I really apologize for that.
That's fine.
How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we are fine. Thank you very much. Again, thanks for joining us today. I really wonder your presentation. And I wonder when I see your projects about blockchain, what you are going to explain. Could you please?
I just was listening to the last 15 minutes of the last session. It was really good talk by Amin. So as you guys know, Artis Academy is an edtech platform here. We are based in US and Turkey and India, but we have virtual presence across the globe. And we are also working on a blockchain project, which is corresponding to the sponsorship of training or education and how we can build a better developers and better engineers, but providing financial assistance, etc. So maybe I can give a bit more explanation towards the end once after I have a bit time. And again, I really apologize for the time lost for the last few minutes because of the internet issues.
Doesn't matter. Thank you very much. Will you share your screen?
Yes, I would like to share my screen. I hope I'm using the right window. I hope you guys can see the screen or not.
You can see.
Okay. All right, cool.
All right.
Let me share to play it. Maybe that's better. So that I can, no, it's not happening that way. So let's say this one. Is that okay to go ahead, or is there anything else you guys want to chat, or you're blast away?
It's actually looking fine now, if there's no issue on the other side.
Okay. All right. So, well, my name is Tofi. I am CEO and founder of Archie's Academy. I've been into the software development space for almost 15 years now, and I've been an engineer, manager, takes care of people, and I try to build a lot of engineering career. I've been hired a lot of people myself and trained them, nurture them. So I've been doing this particular job for a very long time. And since my topic is regarding the software development lifecycle, it's because of the reason is that ultimately everything, including the blockchain or including the machine learning, everything is a software. Okay, so it's ultimately what we are trying to do. Though it's kind of with the theme which you have been presenting for the last few sessions, it's kind of, oh wait, why machine learning and then software development comes into a picture? But sometimes I feel like you have to go back to your basics, where it all starts, where it's all begin, and right from the root level, most of you guys may know or may not know, but it's very much a very much important thing to refresh what you have been done over the period of time. So from blockchain to literally a software development is quite a deep down, but I'll pick them up to go back where it goes back to that same level of heights where we were at. I promise you on that. To start with, what is software development? Or I would like to just pick the first part of it. What is even a software even means? And most of you guys know that what's a software, but I would like to go to the introduction of like a software. It's basically a set of instructions or a program that tells the computer what to do. Very simple, right? Like basically, computer does not know what to do. You have to tell an instruction what exactly need to be done. Like it can be back in the day, 30 or 40 years ago, it used to be like a basic programming, like you have to be written step by step, and you may not even know those languages. That was my first languages I learned when I was in my school. It's a beginner's all-purpose symbolic instruction code, BASIC. And then we had like a lot of languages, back in the day, there was COBOL, mainframe, big enterprise applications like bank applications were completely depends upon things like mainframes and things like that. So I'm not sure you have seen the old computers and looks like it was like a big boxes in a room with a lot of wires and stuff like that. So in order to just tell that machine, this is the instruction, we used to have that much of complexity back then. So the goal of an entire thing of software is just telling the computer to have set of instruction. Now, to go at next level, there are different, what is a software development even means? A software development is basically, if you learned computer science, there is a lot of algorithms and data structures and other design patterns and a good practice, best practices, etc. By combining all of this, how to create, design, and deploy, and support a software. So that's the entirety of that process is known as a software development, meaning that what software we want to build and what is the design of the exterior versus the internal architecture is going to be. How are we going to deploy this? It's going to be deployed on a physical server or a cloud server, or like 10, 15 years ago, we used to give the softwares in a CD or even a floppy drive. How are we going to transfer this particular software to the general public? And sometimes, like any other things, like if you buy a car, you need to maintain that, like by putting an oil, etc. We need to support a software as well. So this entirety of this particular process is known as a software development. And now, there are several types of softwares out there. You can ask, like, there are several types of software. Let's just start with the basic software that's known as a system software. Most of you guys know that, like, you need an OS to work with. You probably have a Windows. Myself, I have an OS like Mac OS, and I work most of the time, if it is a server, that's a Linux. And you need a OS for that. And I'm sure that, I'm not really sure that how many of you guys might have even developed on any of the system software. Most of the people don't even try to do that because it's given to you. So it provides you the provisioning to develop something on top of it, but you need that base foundation in order to proceed. So that's known as a system software. You have a printer, but if you want to take a printout, you need to tell the computer, hey, computer, just do this thing to make it a printout. It does not happen magically, or if you put a wire. No, they need to be, that particular code has to be embedded in terms of like how to make that work. So those kind of softwares is known as a system software. That's the base layer. That's the ultimate low level software building which you have. Most of the time, if you want to pursue a career in a system software, you really need to have a very good understanding computer science. You need to have a very good understanding of data structures, and you need to have very good understanding of like design patterns. Very low level, like a C level kind of understanding should be there, because it has to be super fast. But most of the time I have seen is that not many people pursue it, because first of all, it's very difficult. Second thing is that the job opportunities are also, to get it through it is very difficult. So if you are, unless and until you are really good at things like in computer science, you may not be pursuing this particular part. Next thing is a programming software. What is a programming software? Now, if you want to build a software, you need some software to support it. That's known as a programming software. For example, the basic example is like a text edit or a notepad. That's a programming software. It's a software to write down some, like maybe a Java class or a JavaScript. You can use that to build a software. And maybe if you guys have been development, you probably have a favorite IDE. For example, for me, is IntelliJ. If I am doing development, not like I'm doing nowadays often, but still, I'm a tech CEO. That means that I do develop as well. I do write code. I get my hands dirty in terms of writing code. So if I'm using it, I use IntelliJ, or maybe Visual Studio Code, etc. So those are the software which help you to build a software. So the things like IntelliJ or Eclipse or Visual Studio Code, if you have been familiar with, they have set of additional abilities apart from just a notepad. Like, for example, debugging tools, like a color coding patterns in terms of understanding what kind of a file it is, or things like that. There are additional touches to help you to make sure that you can work with or build a software much efficiently. So that's known as a programming software. And it's really important, if you are pursuing a career in a software development or web development, you need to familiarize with almost at least one favorite IDE should be there, and trying to have understanding of entirety of all, like for example, how to debug, what all are the shortcuts available, because those matters in your productivity. So those are the things which is really, really relevant if you are pursuing a career. Not everybody in the world is trying to be pursuing, like, for example, like machine learning or cybersecurity. Yes, it's an excellent career to pursue, but there is a wide variety in the world which just want to get started with as a stepping stone in terms of a software development. If you ask yourself, you are among that group of people, you definitely need to have a good IDE knowledge which you're working with in order to make your life better. The next one is known as an application software. What is an application software? That's the thing which most of the time, which you probably might use it. Like, for example, Uber, Airbnb, Facebook, or WhatsApp, or anything at all. Like, each kind of, you look at your phone, you have tons of applications would be there. So that's something known as an application software. Even Archie's Academy is an application software. We build with a lot of tech behind the scenes to make it work. Any kind of a use case, for instance, let's take the example of an Uber. What it does, if you click of a button, you get a cab in front of your house. That's the problem they're solving. Which means that you kind of don't want to waste time to go to a taxi stand or you want to call a person. You just have always available, if in your area there is a particular person who's trying to ride share you will be able to get that person. In order to build that idea, you need to write your architecture, write your coding, like what kind of a language which you choose, what kind of a tools which you use, etc. has to be taken care. So it's a very serious process. Not everything started from, oh, I have an amazing application known as Uber in one day. No, it didn't happen over one day. It happens over the period of time. Otherwise, why do they have to hire like hundreds of engineers still to develop something? Because the process is still going on. So likewise, any application you take, Uber, Airbnb, for instance, it lets your house to host a guest, a random stranger as a guest, and share your free space in your house. So it is just like, you're allowing a free space which was already there, empty, and you are making some money out of it. It's an excellent concept, right? Like, they make a lot of things like excellent way to do it. Facebook is an advertising company, making sure that you get your advertisers like based on how you scroll your data, what kind of likes you do. So basically, it's not a social media for your friends and family. It's ultimately getting the data in order to make sure that what kind of a thing they can sell to you. That's an advertising platform. WhatsApp for messaging. So this concepts how you conceive it, how you build it. That comes with something known as software development lifecycle, which I'll be covering in the next 5 minutes. Now, before even going to that, there's one thing which I want to mention, like who built this software, right? Who built this software and what all are the different types of people available in terms of software development? Like, if you look at it, most of the people may think, oh, wait, shouldn't everybody like write code there? Isn't it supposed to be like Google everybody would be like a coder or a programmer? Apparently not. Actually, there are several types of roles available. And that's one of those things which Artis Academy trying to bring to the point. Like, for example, in a software company, we have several roles available. Now, if you are starting from a scratch and if you don't know much and really want to have try in a technology space, where to start with? Like, do I need to learn programming or can I get into something and then learn programming after some time? So those things is what we are trying to get, like, train people or train our trainees in a better understanding. To start with the first role which is there in the software development is the programmers and coders. Well, that's kind of cliche. We have programmers and coders available, right? Like, so their sole responsibility is to write programs or write source code programs. There are other responsibilities or other people who may involve in like database transaction. I'm not sure, you might have heard database admins, etc. So they take care of like making sure that your database transactions are fast enough, or is it getting into some kind of very much taking time and etc. So how can we optimize it? So those things will be the one will be taken care of by the database admin. I never wondered if you type, let's say again, artisacademy.com, how exactly it goes to our application. So it consists a lot of networking and IP tables and DNS changes, etc. from the browser to get you the right content to you. Even with the stream, you go to YouTube with the channel, how exactly it is getting streamed. It is not just happening, it's happening because of magic, okay? But that magic consists of a lot of stuff behind the scenes. So that's the thing which we require by network administrators, etc. Now, you can write programs in several languages: Java, Python, JavaScript, Haskell, Rust, Go, whatever you call it. Even since the topic which you covered, the last one was blockchain, and I heard that people have been discussing about smart contracts. we can use Solidity for that's writing smart contracts, because we internally in Archie, we are also building to our applications using Solidity in order to deploy into Ethereum blockchain. We may look upon other languages in the blockchain sector known as like Marlowe or even Haskell or whatever to enter into different blockchain networks. So you can write your programs in different languages. It doesn't matter what language. You need to understand you can learn a lot of languages, but be master in one at least. So that would be the way to go. Now, and again, the question would be like, isn't it supposed to be everybody categorized as programmers? No. To the answer again, we have somebody known as engineers. Now, engineers is in general try to solve the problem. Like in a real world example, if I try to take is that, let's say if I want to build a house, I want to build a house. I'm not an engineer. I'm just a normal person. If I want to build a house, what I'm going to do? I'll just go to some market maybe, or like, some shop, buy some bricks and some cement, and I'll just put some water to the cement, and I'll do that and start building the house. The most of the time that's going to end up in a disaster. I'm pretty sure that the house will not last maybe more than not even a day, because I don't know how to build a house in a proper fashion. So that's where most of the time, like if you are a student or if you are a person who is starting your software development career, you are a programmer, great, but your application may not be withstanding a lot of traffic because you didn't go through an engineering principle. You just coded basically based on your books and just move ahead. Oh, my thing works. Okay. What if I click on that button? Oh, don't click on that button because that will break things, right? So that's where a programmer who knows to write the code versus now comes the complexity of engineering. So if I was an engineer, the same concept, like if I want to build a house, what will I do? First of all, I need to have a blueprint or a particular plan. What is our area where I can build a house? Okay, I define that one. What's our budget looks like, and then how many number of rooms I need to have? How many number of is it a one store building or a 2-store building, or how many bathrooms I need? So you plan it out in such a way that like, okay, this is what it's going to look like as how it's conceived to be. And then we get the approvals, and then we will start the architecture in terms of exterior versus interior architecture. And along the lines, just like any engineering concepts, there might be issues can come in arises, right? Like, you are building the house. What if the house is tilting? You should not allow the house to be tilted, right? It's not like Leaning Tower of Pisa. So you need to make sure it stands still. So those kind of things have been solved by engineers. In the software field, basically, we also have requirement gathered. We define our plan in terms of architectural documents, and we build the application based on the languages and tools, and making sure that if there are issues happening, how to resolve it. If you are building a software will be having some issues. Issues means there's something goes wrong. The reason being that we are working with multiple people, not just one person. You start your programming with maybe one person, but if you want to really become scaling, meaning that if you want to build your software much bigger, you need to add more people to your team. When you have more people to your team, what will happen is that there may be chances that somebody can, introduce bugs, the thing which you coded may be altered by another engineer. That may be the reason it causes the bugs. The bugs is the term which we call it for if any issues happens to your software. It's inevitable. It will happen in software. So you need to make sure that you write a software in a high quality way, such a way that you reduce the bugs. Most of the engineers have to have a good knowledge on software development lifecycle, meaning that you need to know the entirety of all. How to build from a beginning to the end, and how to build more on top of it what we have built. So that need to have a very good understanding on SDLC. Next people would be like software developers. Now, software developers is less formal than the engineers because they don't need to know the entirety of the things. Most of the people who might see in the client-side programming, like for example, like what you see on your browser, those people are like, software developers. They don't have to know about, oh, something goes wrong, how exactly I need to fix it in terms of like in the server side. They don't need to know. They just make sure that the UI is good enough, and then making sure that the pixel is on the right places, or the button is clickable and there's an event happening, etc. So those are software developers. In general, all of the people in the last three categories need to know programming. Basically, they need to write a code, but their roles will be slightly differed based on what they are like, looking forward to. And I hope I made a good distinction in terms of what is a programmer, engineer versus developer. Now, let's get to the main topic. It took me half an hour, to reach up to the software development lifecycle, because you need to know that basics in the first place. Now, like I mentioned earlier, if you want to build a good house, you need to go through a certain process. Okay, so that the same way, if you want to build a if you want to build a great software, at that time also you need to go through a particular cycle. Like basically, you need to first of all you need to know what exactly you're building. Do we have the complete definition? Do we have a proper design for it? Do we have the right amount of workforce for that? And you have the implementation versus testing it, that software, and how are we going to rolling out that software? And like if there is customer feedbacks happen, how are we going to do it again? Like something updating this. So this particular stuff is known as a software development lifecycle. If you want to build a very high quality software, then you need to know a proper understanding of software development lifecycle. Otherwise, what will happen is that you just keep building something, and then it will take more time, it will take more cost. So you need to understand how to estimate the cost and time required to build a software as well. So following through this particular procedure literally help you to understand that to build a good quality software. For example, Archie's Academy, if you go to our website, right now we've gone through a lot, in the last 1.5 years, we built a lot of things. It was never been like that what you visit right now. It was just a simple thing, which consists of not a good UI, but there was a website there. That's it. And over the period of time, what we did, we added more and more features to it. And then we updated our UI in order to make a seamless experience for our prospective trainees or prospective users. So that's where we kind of build our software along the lines in the last 1.5 years. So it's a cycle. So going through it, the main stages of it, to start with, it's a planning, then defining, designing, building, testing, and deployment. And it just keeps circling. So that's what is basically what it is, a software development lifecycle. Let's go in a bit in detail one by one. What is a planning and the requirement analysis? So planning and requirement analysis is a very, very important step. Like you need to have an idea, right? You got an idea. For me, it was like transforming engineers, or how can I give a proper mentorship with a lot of people, meaning that I have excellent trainees who were joined with no much coaching. When they join, they just know a little bit of programming, but over the period of time, they were able to get into with proper training and proper mentoring. Now I can tell you that they are much better than the people who are actually working for 1 or 2 years in the industry, because they are absolutely with a good basics understanding. So that was my requirement. How can I do that? So in order to get to that stage, I have to write down what's our plan. Like, okay, I need a website, first of all. And if I want to have a website, what kind of a website it's going to be? Is it going to be like a JavaScript-based website, or is it going to be a PHP-based website? So I have to define that requirements. That was really important. So I written down certain things myself. Like at that time, I'm the only programmer during when I started. I mean, I wrote my first line of code in Archie's, but then we have, nowadays I can't really, because the things become so big, and even if I try to do it, it's breaking. Like it moved a lot of stuff, so I need to recap it a little bit. I have excellent engineers. The Archie's consists of a lot of excellent engineers who is developing that. So in order to do that, like we want to make sure that step by step, okay, certain things will be completed in phase by phase, and how much time we require, how many resources we need. It started with just me being the person who is writing the code, and then there were other engineers joined along the way to expand our features. So that expansion, we kind of put it into a timeline manner. And also that gives us like, okay, how much money it may require, because it costs. It costs infrastructure, it costs human resources, it costs marketing. So it costs a lot of stuff. So we need to have some kind of sense what we are up against. And does the software even have a demand? When I was thinking that, like, oh, wait, there are so many grad students are out there who are not able to get a job because of not proper mentorship. There's a huge chance that I can help you out there. And there are people like who kind of graduated years ago, but due to the personal cost, they kind of didn't able to pursue their their job. They have taken a break. Like, for example, moms, they have to take care of their kids for like an extended period of time, but they want to come back to work into workforce, but they don't know where to start. And the people like, for example, like who is already working in a company, but they are in a wrong technology or they're an outdated technology, how can upskill themselves into a new format? So that kind of was the requirement analysis which I was putting through when I was building Archie. Similar like that, any application would have been gone through, just example like Uber or Airbnb, etc. They might have gone through that one. So that's a very, very important step. Now, this allows us to have a good quality software in order to make sure that if there is identifying the risks, if there is a risk of failure, we just don't want to spend $1 million or $10 million and then finally nobody use it. So we kind of analyze, okay, there is a use case for it. Definitely there is a help required for it. And then we proceed with it. That's kind of stage is known as planning. Now, defining requirements. So defining requirements is a stage where, like, you have so much of ideas are there, but what need to be done first? So we kind of written down in terms of our architecture document. For example, right now we are building a new software, which is for a learning management system. That software allows us to track our trainees' progresses, allows to make sure that they can be gamified in terms of using blockchain by competing with other trainees, interview preparations, mock questions, and resume building, etc. Anything at all required for a job building, we are building a software within Archie. So first of all, what we did is that we did the requirement analysis, and then we defined what all are things which we need to be done. And we gone through like a proper use case diagrams and like in a proper software requirement specification documentation, etc. Hence, we know the clarity of what we are going to concentrate upon. So that's our thing, like, defining the requirement. Once we have defined the set of requirements, we have the proper documentations are available out there, then we going ahead with the product architecture. Like, now let's consider the real world example itself. Let's say if I want to build a building, I'm just saying building. The building can be a house, it can be Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. Which building it was going to build? That's kind of defined. You know what? I'm going to build a Burj Khalifa. Now, we need to understand that it's the tallest building on the earth, which we are talking about. So we need to have an architecture marvel in order to make sure that we build such a big building. Otherwise, we cannot risk that many people's life if people started going into that. So we need to have amazing architects who gonna see what all kind of like a steel bars which is required, what kind of cement which we need to use. Similar like that, building a software is also the same. If you want to build a high quality, a better software, we need to use what language we require, what technologies which we might need to do, what tools which we require to use, and what technologies in terms of, like, for example, like if you want to stream your data, nowadays we use Kafka and Zookeeper. That's kind of the latest technology in order to have a real-time streaming. Or let's say blockchain, if you want to solve something unique in terms of which untampered data which we require to put through, we use blockchain for it. So that's where I kind of given a teaser before even starting the thing. We have a use case where we want to use blockchain for it for our future projects. So we designed the product architecture. Now, after that, we have a proper architecture in terms of building from downwards to up. Also exterior, like for example, like design also is required, right? Like what kind of a design it is going to be in terms of our website. Oh, blue is our theme most of the time. And like the animations and then the click events, like for example, we have a thing known as a skill test. So skill test allows us to make sure that to get to know you. If somebody who wants to join ArcGIS, like, we need to get to know you first. Is a simple 15 minutes to 30 minutes. I encourage everybody in this call to, to do it. The reason is that which allows to know where you are at this point of time in several technical questions. And then there are a few set of behavioral questions that allows to understand, like, what's your goal? Why do you need even training? And what you're expecting from us? So because we provide personalized training program, it's not like a Udemy or a YouTube. This all are great platforms, but unfortunately, if you are using a Udemy and YouTube, you're probably mimicking most of the time what it's out there. There is an instructor saying that XYZ to be done. You're just going to be doing XYZ to be done. Okay. So in the real world, that's not the things which are happening. You may hit the brick wall. You may hit the brick wall when you're coding, but you need somebody to help you out in order to overcome it. That's known as experience. You build experience with us in terms of ArcGIS. So in order to qualify, in order to get into our training academy, like, we need to make sure that you complete our skill test. Once after that, you have an assessment call, etc., and then go from there. Just going back to the SDLC, so we have the definition. Now we're going to build a product. So for that, we need to have, we need to have software developers, engineers, programmers, which we defined earlier by using the appropriate tools. The tools would be like, again, IDE, what database which we're going to use it, what streaming service which we're going to use it, what APIs which we're going to written down, etc., which we're going to design, or even designing UX. Figma is one of the tools which we use, like, in order to make sure that we have a mock before even do the development, because we need to know that how exactly it's going to look like. So if we cannot have a vision of how exactly it's going to look like, at the end of the day, it's going to be like, a waste. So we use Figma for everything, like, how the mock-up is going to look like, etc. And then we start the development process. The developers or the engineers or the programmers start development using the tools. Once after they reach to a point that a particular feature is completed, we use our QA, that means the quality assurance, another important role in software development, to start banging the project. So in such a way that their purpose is to find bugs. Their purpose is to find and trace bugs in order to have a quality software. Think about if you go to our website and a button is not clicking, then that's lame. It's not really working, right? If at all, if you find something, we need to fix it quickly. So that's where a good quality softwares are getting built. In order to do that, we need to really test through your project or a product. So that's why we use several things in our platform. For example, we train on Cypress, we have JUnits, Jest, etc. There are a lot of testing tools, testing frameworks out there. We train them, but we use internally as well for all of this, like automation testing, etc. So it's really important that this stage is also important in order to make you having a good software. Now, the last, not the last, again, it's a circle, but the last in the deck will be deploying. Where exactly you're going to deploy your software? Like, it can be in a physical server, or it can be on a cloud server, etc. Right? Like, back in the day, before Amazon AWS was started, we used to have physical servers in every office space. Like, when I was working initially, we used to have like an entire building of a large computers, which we just kept it. Nowadays, we don't need. Go to the portal, you choose a machine, you spin it up, there you have it. You have your machine and you can just deploy it there. So or once you tested this data, once you tested this project, you're going to deploy your software into a particular server such a way that the users can start using it. So the users will start using it, and then you will see that what's their response look like. Like, we have, for example, again, I would like to relate with what we do generally. For example, like we introduce something as a blogs. Our trainees publish blogs on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, what they are trained on or what they have been working on, just to build their confidence on the documentations and other things. So do check out our blogs as well. There are a lot of content out there, including the blockchain ideas. Like I think last week we kind of released one of the blogs was regarding NFT. What is an NFT? Why do we need an NFT? What is the difference between NFTs versus the normal tokens? And what is the protocol such as ERC20 and ERC721, etc., etc. I guess you guys probably might have heard enough blockchain already, so I'm not preaching about it in this meeting. So we're going to deploy the software, and then we're going to come back and see how the users experienced it. And once the user experienced whatever it we take the feedback and we go back to the cycle again to see how we can do the development process. So that's how a software is built. Go ahead and check out the Google, how it was back in 98. Go ahead and check out how it was Amazon and back in 98, and Facebook's first version back in 2004. So it's always starts something really small, and then over the period of time, over the iterations, we build softwares. And for example, like the same thing, right? Just going back to the theme of this particular summit is mostly machine learning and blockchain. I want to give an example on the earlier talk, which was done by Amin, DAO example. I would like to take an example on that. This cryptocurrencies and the blockchain is also a software. Bitcoin introduced a all new frontier because we had a financial system was breaking down. That's the reason we created Bitcoin. To tackle one unified currency across the globe, to avoid frauds and bankruptcies and banking. That's the reason we built the Bitcoin back in 2008, I believe. And you should read the Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer cash system. That's the white paper by Satoshi Nakamoto. That's where it's all started. But did it solve everything? No. That's just like any software. As we progressed, it happens to be like, you know what? We can do a lot of things. That's when Vitalik Buterin and Charles Hoskinson, and there are a couple of other, Gavin, I guess, Dr. Gavin, they introduced Ethereum. Ethereum allowed us to make sure that there's smart contracts. You embed data to your particular contract and deploy it into the blockchain. It's basically one big database, and where you're going to deploy your data, whatever requires to as a token, into a blockchain network. That's where Ethereum stands. And along the lines, there are so many problems happen. DAO attack was one of the worst attacks which happened. The integrity of blockchain, where they went back ahead to reset it. That's kind of contradicting what the blockchain is all about, which made a split between the Ethereum versus Ethereum Classic. There when the split between the forks happened and went ahead. And over the period of time, again, just quickly, what happened in the software, new problems arise. When mass adoption happened, people cannot really, the transactions should be faster. And the current model at that point of time, proof of work didn't work. That's when the third generation cryptocurrencies arise, like Cardano or EOS or Polkadot, etc., to make sure that we can have faster transaction. The softwares in general go through changes. Every software go through changes. Same thing with the blockchain or a cryptocurrency. So that's where new things will come to arises. Now what exactly, there are different models in our software development lifecycle. We have different models out there. Some are outdated, some are not used in. And currently, most of the companies kind of uses agile model, because that allows us to create softwares in an incremental fashion. Back in the day, there was waterfall model, spiral model, etc., where I use waterfall model like 15 years ago. But like again, the new concept, or like, who knows, and after like maybe 5 years or 2 years down the line, there will be a new model. But nowadays, it would be good to know that how agile model works. If you don't know, it would be a really good idea to start learning it. You can reach out to us if you don't know. Like, we are more than happy to provide those information as well. Now, the reason for this SDLC is to make sure that we can plan and estimate and schedule. That's the most important thing. That's why we have these frameworks out there, how to estimate and plan it, because it's cost. Everything which you are building is cost. Okay. Again, salaries for people, or the infrastructure costs, and etc. things which I said. So this software development lifecycle allows us to estimate, give a proper estimate in order to build something. And it allows a visibility, whoever the stakeholders are, the people or investors, or the people who have the stakeholders, have a better visibility in order to make sure your project is successful. Now, next thing is that, like, I am just skipping over, like, over the period of time, what's language if you want to choose in. Java being very popular since 2000s, and then C is one of those from 90s. Nowadays, JavaScript is kind of the thing. Like, most people learn MERN stack. Basically, you like to know front end and a back end development all together in one language. Like, for example, if you know JavaScript, you can work on a front end as well as a back end. And also, if you want to learn towards blockchain, let's say Solidity, for example, if you know somewhat JavaScript, how it's kind of written down in terms of their architecture, it's very easy to pick up even learning blockchain as well. For example, like Solidity, for an example. Most people kind of talk about cryptocurrencies, but I would prefer to start learning about how to write the programs. That will allow us to have better visibility, and better applications can be built in a decentralized way. That's what we are trying to solve in the whole entire ecosystem. Now, going back, now there are different roles available. That's where we wanted to give a visibility where what all are the roles available in the software development space. Now, I probably am repetitive right now. It's not just about programmers. There are other people, non-technical people who does not know how to program, can also be part of it. Like, for example, project managers, project coordinators, Scrum Master, Agile Coach, etc., is an integral part of our software development. Such a way that, like, they can start, like, if you don't have a project manager, the high likely chance that the project may be getting screwed. So basically, you don't know where it is, which developer is working on what, so etc. So you need to have this set of people in order to make focused on the things which need to be done. Main thing, which the main item which they need to learn would be like tools like Jira, Confluence, Asana, Trello, Word, communicators, like, things like that. So documentation tools, etc. So they need to have very good knowledge on these tools in order to perform their job better. So we try to train the people like how to use the tools, or how it's the methodology which we choose, etc. So people who don't code, don't worry about it. There's a space for you guys also. Then the designers, like, every software likes to have a good, cool UI. That ways the user can navigate it easily enough to say what needs to be done. So we need to have UI, UX designers, graphic designers, 2D, 3D animators. I'm not really sure you guys seen our amazing promo video about endurance, as well as the our own Archie's website video. It's our 3D video. Please do check out our YouTube channel, and there's amazing promo video for that allows us our vision. So that's a designer's role. Now, I'm just moving forward because I need to talk about the hackathon also. I just need a few minutes more for that. Building, like engineers, software developers, DevOps engineers, database admin, software like server-side engineers, etc., are the people who are in the builders. Now, testers, we need to have software engineers in testing, quality assurance engineers, mobile tester, automation testers, etc. for it. So like that's where we're gonna go for, like, learning the tools like Selenium, Jira, or we have Cypress, or we have Jest, etc. There are numerous other tools out there out to do testing. And now finally we have deployment. where it's kind of a hot topic out there, where you need to have a DevOps engineer, systems engineers, etc. Are the people who takes care of it. Like basically, they are the people who kind of making sure that your software is in a server. They use the tools which we train on Docker, Jenkins, Kubernetes, AWS DevOps tools, Azure DevOps, etc. So that's a tedious process also. Now, with that being said, that software development lifecycle is a big thing, and it's not going to go away. A new software will come. Even blockchain will go through, the cryptocurrencies or anything out there will be a software development will be there. So that's where we kind of understood that we need to have a better hiring procedure. Right now, the hiring is kind of like very broken in the sense like you go there, half an hour, you try to fill in a particular candidate by choosing to ask questions which may or may not be relevant even. And how are we going to identify a good candidates to be hired into your company? So that's where we try to make a better transparent way by giving opportunities for the developers and engineers to perform well, to get qualified. And so that it's not just half an hour. It may take like an extended period, 2 days to 2 weeks. How exactly this person is working? Is this person collaboratively working? Is this have a good communication skill? Is this person able to have a good documentation, etc. does matter. That's where the hiring procedures can be streamlined using hackathons. So hackathons allows us to see a person's ability in order to work in a work environment space, have a better visibility. So that's where we kind of come up with our, along with other tech companies and other companies who want to sponsor and be part of Endurance in such a way that if those company wants to hire somebody, like for example, like a software developer, a front-end developer, etc., they have they get the right candidate by using our methodology known as hackathons. Like basically it's been there, it's been implemented by several other companies, but we want to make sure that giving a better visibility and chances for the candidates, so the best persons deserves to get the job. So our event, which is on May 29th and 30th, it's a 2-day event, which also consists of several talks, including myself and other mentors and other speakers around the globe from US and from Canada and other countries. We will be a part of it, and we are trying to promote in terms of to get the best person out there to get free trainings. So if you don't know what's the website, please do check out our website and do register it and be part of Endurance. I would like to be part of Endurance, and really thanks to Berke and other people of Medipol, giving us an opportunity over here to talk through and explain out myself and the Archie's Academy and our vision. And it's been a really good opportunity for us to communicate with the public. So thank you so much, guys. Good job, by the way, and organizing this event. So.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us and be part of the Global Summit, Medipol Global Summit. And thanks for your presentation as well. And DSC Medipol as a community and the other DSCs are keeping to support the Endurance Hackathon and the Archie's Academy skill tests. All these your actions.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I want to ask something about Endurance.
For sure.
When Discord channel will be published, will be shared with the others?
So Discord channel is actually published already. You said the Discord, right? I just want to make sure. So it's already there. Right now, we are trying to make sure that our volunteers and our internal people are all aligned. By Monday, we are going to make it as a public and make sure that it will be able to join in Discord. So if you are a part of going to be in the hackathon, you should be in the Discord channel. And, everything is going to be in hybrid. We are thinking of having a limited number of seats based on how the COVID situations are there in Eskişehir in our office. We're going to have 20 in-person people will be there, but it depends upon how the things are happening. But it's going to be mostly Zoom in a Meet, as well as it's going to be in Discord. So it's completely around the world.
And there is some opportunity to participate in Endurance, and we have shared a link and a link. And if anyone fulfilled the condition of this form, will be able to participate in Endurance as a free.
Right.
And
Yes,
I
exactly.
want to share this link one more time, if it is not full. And this is the form of Endurance to get participate as a free, of course. And I want to ask one more time, one more thing. Can we share the Eventbrite link on live chat?
For sure.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And this is the Endurance link.
And also we have the website also is there, which is endurance.host. You have all the information. And I would like to point out that that particular website was done entirely by our ArcGIS trainees. The entire thing was built from scratch, like literally written in React.js, and that's all credits goes to ArcGIS trainees because we are the main sponsors and the main organizer for that. But along with Berkay, as you said, we are also tying up with the Google developer communities and other tech companies, etc. But kudos to my trainees who are already done with that particular project. Yeah.
Thank you very much again. And we are very happy. We are very glad to see your helps for Medipol Global Summit. And it was an amazing feeling to work with you, to work. And by the way, we will be in the Discord channel if we can.
I saw you joined in Discord.
Yeah, I have joined. Yes. So great. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much. So guys, other guys, what do you think about Endurance? What do you think about ArcGIS Academy?
I'm actually looking forward, not gonna lie, and I will also like to attend it with my team because such opportunities are the opportunities that you are not supposed to miss, I guess, especially while being the student. It really helps you a lot, like in order to kind of like develop your communication skills within the team, and at the same time, of course, your coding skills as you practice in the hackathon. So for sure, I mean, I will try my best in order to attend with the current team. So yeah, let's hope for the best.
So what we are trying to offer, who are the 10 best, winners or win based on our jury, we're gonna give our ArcGIS training for free. Basically based on our. The reason is that our sponsors who are being behind the scenes, like they want to see the best to be joined there and possibly getting hired, right? Like they have their best. We got it. We trained them, and if you are looking for, they can get an opportunity to get hired for those companies as well. So that's the price we are trying to get into, and all the participants who's getting there, from ArcGIS perspective, we're gonna give 10% discount for our training. So that's inclusive for anybody who's joining who wants to be ArcGIS Academy's training program. So I'm looking forward to you guys also be a part of it. I'm we want to help and we want to make sure that build a work environment. You guys are excellent in terms of in your universities, and you're organizing this event. That's amazing. Now, when it comes to work, what are the things which we need to know? How to communicate with your manager, how to work with your colleagues, how to do the communication with the different countries. Like we have 15 countries, like ArcGIS Academy have people from 15 countries. So the language matters and the culture matters. So those things, how to build a better human plus a better developer. You're going to work with mom, there will be people who are moms and how are you going to work with them? How are you doing even? And there are people in the school, which is like the best person which I have in the school already. So it's a high level of things, So, yeah.
And what about the internships in ArcGIS Academy? And can we share your links, your email links, or anything?
Absolutely. Again, our thought process is supposed to be whoever's joining our training program is basically trainees or interns. Okay, it's a paid programs, but it's all our trainees or interns. We don't think that they are students because we never call them as a student. Okay, and also they make sure that they have the industry experience. That's what we need to give. They need to give an industry experience. So please do share. And also, if there is if I know from Turkey, if you need to have a stage program, if I don't know the exact Turkish pronunciation, the internship. Okay, the internship programs. I know there should be some kind of rules and regulations out there. That was not capable until we are incorporating our Turkish company as a Turkish entity within 2 weeks. So we are legally able to provide internship as well as certificates, etc., for the Turkish interns as well. Whoever joins our community, as a stage internship, we can provide that as well. That will be only after 2 weeks if somebody is joining, because Artis was a US company, so that's a kind of this all certain regulatory issues. But from now on, yes, in 2 weeks' time, 1 week actually, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Okay, that's all actually for today. And again, thanks for joining us today. It was an amazing second day as a Medipol Global Summit. And thank you very much. Maya is here. Maya joined us. Hello, Maya. Welcome. Okay, if you want, we can take 2 minutes break. And after that, we will be here one more time to explain the last day of Medipol Global Summit. And we will be mentioning about our giveaways, other certificates, and all opportunities. Okay, see you after 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a good one, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah.
See you again, Tafi.
Yeah, bye.
See you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, man, oh man, what an event this was. We learned a lot of things. I was not expecting to, get so much detail in cybersecurity or Bitcoin, blockchain. Well, what do you guys think?
I just want to add, you can watch this video after publishing on Google Community Turkey YouTube channel. So it contains very information, and you can reach after that and save this link.
Yeah, it's really important stuff. I highly recommend going back to the stuff we covered and watch it again. Well, today's over, but what about tomorrow? What do we have ahead of us? Yusuf, can you tell us about tomorrow's schedule?
Of course, but I want to say something about today first. First of all, today was totally great for me. For example, Malek hacked the site, Abdullah presented the vulnerability found, and talked about everything about financial systems and blockchains. And lastly, Tofik gave us a lot of information about the life cycle of software development. I want to thank our speakers again. And tomorrow will be as great as today. I'm sure about that. If you guys interested in web or mobile development, I suggest you all join us tomorrow. Tomorrow we have 4 different experts from fields of front-end development, progressive web apps, Flutter, and Jetpack Compose. You shouldn't miss tomorrow. Thank you everyone who attends us today, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Yusuf. Musa, can you please remind the viewers about the giveaways and maybe our surprise link?
Of course. Actually, as Zishan already mentioned, like in the chat, you're gonna be seeing the kind of our private secret, the giveaway link. So all you have to do is just go over to the form and just submit it. And the rest for other giveaways, make sure to visit the DSC Medipol's Instagram page, which you're also gonna be finding in the chat very soon. So yeah, just go over to our Instagram page. We're actually having a lot of giveaways right now. So you probably have a very high chance to at least get something. So just give it a try.
Yeah, thank you, Musa. And lastly, Maya, can you remind people about our WhatsApp groups?
Yes, sure. For those who are attending, make sure to join our WhatsApp group to get a chance to be one of our winners. So don't miss the chance. Join our WhatsApp group, and good luck.
Thank you. As she said, don't forget to join.
Yeah, they have to be living in Turkey.
Oh, yeah, for the surprise link, you have to be living in Turkey. Join the WhatsApp groups to be sure you're notified about our future events. And that's pretty much it. Thank you all for joining today, and see you tomorrow.
See you. Bye-bye. And don't forget to fill the form.